be seated. Good afternoon, everyone. This meeting of Ajax Council is being held in a hybrid meeting format with virtual and in-person participation by members of the public, staff, and council. This meeting is also being live streamed and may be viewed online at ajax.ca/live. Friendly reminder to all participants, please use their microphone at all times for the benefit of those participating in council chambers and joining remotely. To those making submissions as part of a public meeting, please ensure you sign in using the sheet available at the accessible lectern to preserve rights available to you under the Planning Act or other applicable legislation. I'll now call this meeting to order. We'd like to begin this meeting by acknowledging that the land in which we gather is situated within the traditional and treaty territories of the Mississaugas. More specifically, the Mississaugas of Scugog Island First Nation, signatories of the Gunshot Treaty of 1788 and the Williams Treaty of 1923. This land is and will continue to be home to the Indigenous peoples. Let us acknowledge the mistakes and traumas of the past through authenticity and support truth and reconciliation. Let us engage and celebrate Indigenous communities by being leaders of action and acknowledging the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's recommendations towards truth and reconciliation. Let us keep those principles close as we continue towards truth and reconciliation and as we move forward with kindness and respect as a community. Do any members of council have any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, could I get a mover and seconder for the adoption of minutes? I see Councillor Tyler Moran, followed by Councillor Bauer, and we'll call the vote. That passes. Council, I'm going to need a vote to alter the agenda. I'd like to do the presentation first by our Human Resources Strategy Update, then follow it with the public meeting. I see Regional Councillor Crawford, followed by Councillor Bauer, and we'll call that vote. No votes required. No votes required. I have so much power as chair, apparently. Regional Councillor Dyes and Mayor Collier send their regrets today. So there's any questions for question period? Question period is ability to ask questions specifically on the agenda. Seeing none, we'll move on to delegations. Oh, excuse me, we have a question. So it's not so much a topic on the agenda, rather just a question about the agenda. The microphone there, if you could sign in first, we could just take down your name there, please. If you could go to that one. So this is questions specifically, not content of the agenda, but any questions about the agenda.
I just want to make sure that it's on the agenda that the discussion on commercial for the homeless, is that still going to be on the agenda?
Yes, sorry. The earlier part I had mentioned, I should have given the specific. Our public meeting will be moved right after this presentation you're about to see on the human resources. Then we'll go straight into the discussion.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Oh, excuse me. We will start the presentation. We have a Human Resources Strategy Update by Stacey Hushian, Vice President of Strategy Corps. Or Director Cooper.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I'll just make some opening remarks if that's all right. So I'm pleased to once again introduce Stacey Hushian, who is the Vice President of Strategy Corps and our consultant for the HR strategy, which we've been preparing over the course of 2025. Through a pretty extensive process of consultation and visioning and really trying to just develop the roadmap for the future that's contained in the agenda. So the complete strategy and an accompanying staff report is in the agenda package, and Stacey's here to just give a short overview of that and answer any questions that council might have. We do understand that today's a busy agenda, so we've kept the presentation to the allocated 10 minutes, and I think you'll find in that we really took council's comments from the last time Stacey was here to heart. And have ensured, I think, that we're presenting you with a plan that reflects the priorities that you've expressed to us throughout the process in particular. Things like a focus on EDI and different initiatives that will make sure that Ajax remains competitive as an employer of choice and emerges as a sector leader when it comes to some of those more strategic elements of HR. So I just want to be clear that the report that accompanies the presentation doesn't carry any financial implications today or any resource requests. We're simply looking for your endorsement in principle of the strategic direction that's proposed, and then any new budgetary or new resource asks will flow through the normal process. So with that, I just want to thank Council for identifying this project as a priority within its strategic plan. We're really excited to see it move forward, and I can tell you that the HR team is really motivated to start operationalizing some of the initiatives that we've identified in this plan. So with that, I will hand it over to Stacey. Thank you.
You were good, and now you are good.
Great, thank you, and good afternoon, and thank you to members of council for sent this strategy. Okay, I think we're good now. It's my pleasure to be able to share the final document. As you know, Strategy Corp was retained last year to develop a forward-looking HR strategy for the town of Ajax that would really reshape the direction of human resources management to empower it to serve as a more strategic partner across the organization and allow the division to achieve kind of key people priorities. As your Deputy CIO just mentioned, this was one of the recommendations from the core services reviews that were undertaken, and it was also included in your corporate strategic plan. In terms of the timeline for the project, last fall, last winter, we kicked it off with a deep dive review to really understand how human resources was working at that time or, in the current state. We also wanted to understand what the key workforce priorities were for the town in terms of looking ahead to what the future might look like. And over the last several months, we've iterated and revised the strategy, the document that's included in your agenda package with your team. We've also developed an implementation plan that will help bring to life this strategy over the next 4 years. From the very beginning, this process has been consultative. We've heard from staff across the organization through a series of engagement activities, a survey, workshops with every department. We also presented and had a discussion with council. We asked about your organizational priorities, and we also worked very closely with staff, with the senior management team, as well as the HR team to really detail the strategy, but also to build buy-in and support to make sure that it moves ahead. So without much further ado, I'd like to present or walk you through at a high level the strategy that's included in your package. The first component is a set of foundational values that will guide how HR, senior management, and all staff will work together. And, there's 6 values: accountability, leadership, fairness, trustworthiness here, trustworthiness, proactive, and equity, diversity, and inclusion. And all of these were informed by staff input. We specifically asked about what staff wanted to see as values included in this. And these values will guide how the organization executes the strategy. Now for the strategy itself, there are 5 major priority areas. Business and service excellence, which really focuses on repositioning HR as a strategic partner across all departments and in alignment with wider organizational goals. The purpose of this priority area is to really recalibrate HR for the current moment using emerging models of organizational development to empower the department or the division to really serve in a cross-cutting way and give your team the support that they need. The second priority area is around talent development and growth, and that means investing and building up the people that you've got today. The third is best-in-class recruitment practices, and this priority is intended to really define and promote the town as an employer and its brand definition. What distinguishes the town of Ajax from other municipalities? Why should people want to work here? And also considering how best to streamline, optimize processes and policies, to make sure that you can acquire the talent that you need to move forward with your community priorities. In the current competitive market for municipal employees, the old recruitment tactics of yesterday maybe aren't delivering the same outcomes. So it's time to think differently, and this priority area is intended to help you with that. The fourth is a healthy and inclusive workplace, and this sets out employee health, employee well-being as a core priority within the strategy. And this is about making sure you're doing what you can through programs, through services, through other benefits to ensure your employees are safe and well. And the final priority area is employee engagement and experience. And this really focuses on the town's culture, right? Its existence as a workplace environment, making sure that your staff feel recognized, feel valued, but also, as we heard in this post-COVID environment, that they feel connected to each other. So within each of these priority areas are anywhere from 3 to 6 goals or objectives that sets out what will be achieved or what the desired outcome is. For example, here under business and service excellence, the goals include transitioning to the strategic business partner service model, adopting a more client-focused approach to how they serve internally within the organization, developing a work plan to support transparency and accountability as HR delivers projects, and ensuring that policies and operating procedures are aligned, on a going forward basis, with the values set out in this strategy. Each of these goals also has supporting actions that more explicitly detail the how. Well, how will we deliver on some of these things? For example, the first step to a strategic business partner service model redesign might include looking at who you've got now and the positions that you've got and figuring out maybe where those roles need to shift to be able to provide that cross-departmental support. The plan also includes a set of anticipated outcomes. So, what will implementing this strategy do for the organization? What are the results going to be? The first is that, with implementation of this strategy, the town of Ajax is going to continue to be a healthy, safe, inclusive, and purpose-driven work environment with EDI at the backbone of everything it does, from process straight through to policy. Employees will feel empowered, engaged, and human resources will be proactive, able to anticipate change so that the organization has that resilience built into it as your staff change, as your needs evolve as a corporation. Employee growth going forward is going to be anchored to a structure within the organization whereby performance management, learning and development, and career planning are all going to be connected and integrated. And there'll be clear pathways for staff. So your staff know what the requirements are to level up in their career as they look to becoming managers or leaders, allowing for greater consistency as well. And finally, the town will be, an employer of choice. You'll be able to look at how you innovate to attract new employees, invest the people that you have, and eventually start defining, not just following, what the best practices are. So, by way of conclusion, what's next? The good news is, as part of the strategy, your senior management and HR team have already thought about how to actually turn this into some set of actions for the next 4 years. As I mentioned at the outset, there's an implementation plan that sets out resource requirements as well as timelines for delivery of some of the specific items in this strategy. There are also, it's important to note, several initiatives already underway so that this strategy in a lot of ways has a running start to success. HR will also be responsible for developing, like other divisions within this organization, an annual work plan that'll set out what it plans to achieve in a given year. And something I'm often asked at the end of these types of projects is, how will we know if we're actually doing things any better, if we're actually achieving the change we want to see within the organization? And quarterly reporting to the senior management team by HR can help make sure that this project stays on track through implementation. HR will also be responsible for capturing, better data around some core metrics to make sure that the strategy and its implementation are in fact leading to those outcomes that I just mentioned. Finally, a big part of success is sharing the wins, sharing and celebrating the achievements. And in my experience, municipalities can be notoriously pretty terrible about this in terms of tooting their own horn. But it's important that as achievements are completed, that you share these not only corporate-wide with yourselves, with council, but also with the community as you look at, attracting that next generation of town employees. Because you should talk about yourself how you want others to talk about you. And it all circles back to being that employer that people want to come to, that they want to join this organization. So thank you for your time, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you for your report. To the committee, we see Councillor Henry.
Hello? Oh, there we go. Sorry. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask a question, well, two questions. The first question was, first of all, great report. When I read it, I thought, aren't we already doing that? So I was a little shocked to see that that wasn't already being done. And I guess what I'm asking is, the policies are in place, but they're not deeply embedded across all departments currently. Is that correct?
Through the chair. So the HR team is in the midst of updating some policies, and certainly some policies are in place to the standard that the town wishes them to be. It was also discovered through our initial analysis last year that a number of policies as it relates to human resources management are outdated and require updates. And the HR team is currently in the process of, as this strategy recommends, inventorying those and setting a plan to update those policies. So you're both correct, but there's also still work to do to bring other policies up to date with best practices as well as current norms.
Okay, thank you for that. And when we look at that, what's the timeline for this?
At present, this is a 4-year plan to implement this strategy.
And for the policies that are in place that need updating, I don't remember seeing that in the package. Is that something that will come to council or no?
I would refer that question to staff. Our document didn't get into that level of detail.
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Henry, yes. So there's a broad range of policies within the HR division. Most of them are sort of inward-facing policies, things like our attendance management policy, for example. And the bones are good because we used to be an ISO-registered municipality. We have many, many policies that cover any manner of things, but we have developed this sort of inventory of them and a plan over the course of the 4-year strategy to dust them off, make sure that they reflect our modern workplace. Most of them need a review through an EDI lens in the context of our move to hybrid work, things like that. So we do have a much more detailed work plan that's not contained in the agenda package that we've developed in consultation with all of the members of HR. And we have chunked those things over the course of the 4-year plan. We just didn't get into that level of detail with the council report. It's more operational in nature.
Thank you. In the report under financial implications, it says there are none, but then it says any incentives being advanced as part of the strategy will be submitted as a budget proposal or present for in-year approvals as required. In-year approvals means after the budget has been passed. Do we have an estimate if there's a number floating around out there, what that will look like? Has there been discussions and behind the scenes that we're not privy to as a council?
Through the chair to Councillor Henry, no, we don't have any firm number or any firm resource asks at this point. We're still looking at the composition of the HR group and looking at how we can best align it to the initiatives in the strategy. So this is language that we include essentially every time we bring forward any kind of master plan or strategy to council. We're looking just in principle that you agree with the broad strategic direction, and then Any sort of resource asks or financial asks come forward either through the budget process, or if there's an immediate need, we do them following just our regular processes for in-year approvals.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you for the report. Well done. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bauer.
Thank you, Chair Lee. Good afternoon, everyone. Nice to see everyone here today. Thank you, Ms. Hushin, for the excellent report. Thank you for the staff report. So I just have a few questions. I saw in the engagement process there was 248 completed surveys by town employees across the organization. I can't recall how many employees we have that would have received the survey, but is that a fair representation of input? Is that a lot or not enough, or?
In my experience, that's actually quite a good turnout
Is
for a
it?
survey. In today's day and age, folks are requested constantly to fill out surveys. So actually to have such a high number is, relatively speaking, of course, it's I would say that's actually a good representation. It was self-selected, so folks, had to want to fill it out, but I think we were quite satisfied with the uptake.
Okay, great. And maybe a question for staff is, what is what is the number of employees?
Just to give you a rough estimate of our full-time and part-time complement together, it's somewhere around the 1,000 mark.
Okay.
But we did ask that same question, Councillor Bauer, and it was benchmarked against Strategy Corps' other clients, and we understand that that is a very good turnout considering the size of our employee base.
Wonderful, thank you. And do you know if all departments were involved in responding? Do we get a response from every department?
Yes, we did.
Awesome.
Yep.
Yes,
And
I
we
would just
also
add,
did
we did make
workshops.
sure, yeah. Oh, sorry, Stacy. I can't see you, so but we did, with the help of our friends in corporate communications, we did make sure that there was different ways to fill out the survey. We had paper versions and all those types of things. So we did get a good cross-section of the whole town.
Wonderful, thank you so much. In the report, I believe there was mention of an onboarding or buddy mentor type plan. I think that's a great idea. Can you maybe just talk a little bit about what that would look like?
Sure. Yeah. So it's a slightly less formal aspect of the onboarding process, but would allow an incoming employee to be paired with someone who's been here for some time, and it's in addition to all of the more formal material and training that they'd be provided, it would also be a place to go to say, I'm not quite sure how to do this. Who do I talk to? And we've seen success with that type of program in other municipalities and other organizations as well. My firm actually has one, and I've been able to serve on both ends. And it can be quite valuable as someone is coming into an organization that may be unfamiliar to them, just in terms of having someone who can kind of serve as your eyes and ears when you don't know where the answers are, or where to find something, especially in a larger organization like the town.
Yep.
And as I understand it, actually, this program previously existed here, but due to capacity and other priorities, kind of fell off the list a little bit. And now there's a real appetite to bring something back, also to foster social connections between staff.
Yeah, no, I think that's wonderful. Thank you so much. And excuse me, coming from a history of, I had some training background back in the day, and training usually is very important until you need to, save time, save money, and then it kind of drifts away. So any kind of opportunity for learning and improvement, I'm all on side for that. You did talk about sort of a new way of recruiting or a new recruitment process. What would be an example that you could think of?
So, many municipalities tend to use what we might consider conventional channels of recruitment. So posting on the website, occasionally posting on LinkedIn. But there's a growing, I'd say, recognition bolstered by, the work the Association of Municipalities of Ontario is doing through their workforce strategy to actually suggest we need to look beyond those more conventional tactics. So start building bridges with community organizations to be able to send the good word, of what the town can offer as an employee, but also building bridges with higher education institutions in your area. And also thinking, it could even be small things, like thinking about how you write job descriptions. traditionally, or job advertisements, sorry, I should say job advertisements. Typically, job advertisements really focus on the skills and expectations that you're seeking. But how might we reframe those to actually focus more on what you as an employer have to offer? What do they get from you? So small things like that might be able to contribute to a slightly more contemporary recruitment strategy to meet the needs of today. As we know from the AMO work, it's increasingly challenging for municipalities to attract the talent that they need. And so a focus on retention, but also maybe unpacking the toolbox in recruitment might help address that challenge.
Okay, thank you very much for that. And one last comment, your closing phrase, or one of them, about talk about yourselves the way you'd like others to talk about you, something we often forget, and I really appreciate that. Thank you for your time. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Bauer. Seeing no further questions from committee, I'm going to move up Departmental Report CS-2025-22, the 2026 to 2029 Human Resources Strategy. Can I get a mover and seconder, please? Councillor Bauer, Councillor Henry. We asked a bunch of questions. Any further questions on the report? Seeing none, thank you. We'll call the vote. I'm a ghost right now. It's not working. There it is. We're going to reset that vote, starting right now. Clerk, can I just manually ask for a vote? Nope, we'll just wait one moment. It's locked. Call the vote. All in favor? Any objections? Seeing none? Great. Haven't done that in a while. Okay, well, now we're going to the public meeting in regards to temporary zoning bylaw amendment Z5/25 regarding 126 to 142 Commercial Avenue. For those us joining a public meeting for the first time, I'm going to walk through how it's done. Delegates, which is anybody in the public, will be asked to come to the front, where you'll write down your names on the piece of paper in front of you. Everyone will get 5 minutes to speak their mind. I've just been informed by the clerk that our timer isn't working, so I'll be keeping track of time here. Obviously, there'll be a give or take between 5-10 seconds. Because I see a lot of new faces in the crowd, I do want to go over a few pieces of our procedure bylaw on decorum. 5.52, persons delegating or presenting to council or a standing committee shall not speak disrespectfully to any person, use offensive words, speak on any subject other than the subject of which they have received approval to address council and committee, in which case this is the temporary zoning bylaw. Disobey the decision of the mayor, chair, or council/committee, enter into a cross debate with other delegates, presenters, town staff members, or the chair. The mayor or chair, with the assistance of the clerk, shall determine a logical and fair speaking order. And finally, delegates and presenters will not be permitted to assume any unused time allocated to another delegate or presentation. Long story short, we don't want any back and forth. You'll have your full chance to make all your comments and ask any questions. Any questions will be recorded by staff and by council members, in which case we will ask the proponent, which is the region. Because there's no formal report, council, I'll be giving extra time for those questions. At which point, once all questions are done, I will close the public meeting. We'll bring up the proponent to come answer any questions. Then I'll move up the bylaw. We'll vote on that immediately. It goes without saying, folks, this is an important topic with passionate advocates on both sides. It's the wish of this chair that we don't resort to our base instincts and resort to shouting, personal attacks, or worst case, the removal of individuals from our chambers. The people of Ajax deserve to have their points, the points of view of our constituency heard, and I'll do my best to facilitate that. Before I proceed, does anybody in this council or committee have any issues with the procedure I have outlined? Seeing none. Great. So I'll go to the clerk first. Any registered delegates?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no registered delegates today.
Thank you. So now opening up to the public to approach the dais and write your name down and then speak for 5 minutes. And could you just state your name for the committee?
It's Francie Tchaikovsky.
Great, and your 5 minutes starts now. Thank you.
Okay, I'm the founder and owner of Tanya's Place, which operates out at 74 Commercial Avenue. And we're having quite an issue with the homeless in the area. We've been vandalized several times. When we're dealing with very vulnerable individuals, people that need to be taken care of all the time. And when we go out into the community, it gets tragic, where they get attacked verbally. We've been physically attacked by some of the homeless in the area. Our front window has been broken several times. My staff are afraid to come into work because they hide out behind, we have a little hut, and they hide out in behind the hut there. They've tried to broken in actually as early as last week, and I only have one staff that was in the building, so she was quite terrified. We've actually lost quite a few clients because of the situation. It is a very sensitive situation. I'm very passionate about their situation, but I, as a business owner and as a mother with someone with special needs, my main priority is to protect their safety. And having this homeless shelter this close to us is just going to make the problem even worse. So I'm begging you to reconsider in keeping in mind of our more vulnerable citizens in the community to please just review the situation again. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And your name?
My name is Nicole Savage.
Great, Nicole.
So I work in the building at 126 to 142 Commercial Avenue, the same building where where the town is proposing to open a crisis care facility under the temporary use bylaw Z525. I'm here today to speak not just for myself, but for the families, the staff, and the children who rely on our services every day. Over the past year, I have personally witnessed what's been happening in and around this building. I've seen various overdoses, multiple assaults, and violent altercations, and drug distribution taking place right outside of our windows and our doors. People on multiple occasions have tried to forcefully enter our workplace. They've made threats to myself and my coworkers, and they've left staff and families feeling unsafe. Inside this same building, I operate a children's therapy center that supports children on the autism spectrum, some as young as 2 years old. These children depend on calm, consistent, a structured setting. Many of these children are nonverbal. Some have sensory sensitivities so severe that loud noises and unpredictable activity can trigger panic, aggression, or self-injurious behavior. I just want you all to imagine for a moment being a parent walking your child into therapy, seeing paramedics responding to an overdose. Imagine trying to help a child regulate while hearing shouting or witnessing unsafe behavior near the entrance. This is not therapy, this is trauma. And now the town is proposing to expand that risk by placing a crisis care facility for adults in active crisis into the same building as vulnerable children. This is not about lacking compassion for those in crisis, but every one of us here believes that those individuals deserve proper housing, care, and support, but this location is not safe, and it is not appropriate. Two vulnerable populations, children and adults in crisis, should never be forced to share space. Our center currently serves 50 active clients. At this location, we provide remote services as well across the GTA. We are a thriving evidence-based program that supports children and families every single day. But if this plan goes through, we will no longer be able to safely take children outdoors to play for movement breaks. Families will pull their children out of our center out of fear. Staff will no longer feel safe coming into work. Programs like March break camps and summer camps, which many families rely on, will have to be canceled. And ultimately, a program that has served this community for years will be forced to reduce or relocate services. I'm then left to wonder what will happen then. What happens when one of us, myself or one of my colleagues, is assaulted? What's going to happen when parents of a child becomes victim of violence? Who will be held accountable then? Will the town stand behind the decision to take responsibility, or will we be told this was unforeseen, even though all of us are standing here today with a warning that it's only a matter of time? What makes this situation even more upsetting is how this process has unfolded. We've reached out to councillors and town officials multiple times over the course of the past 9 months and have received no clear answers. There has been no meaningful consultation with the businesses or families directly impacted, and it feels as though this decision was made quietly, without transparency or accountability. Ajax has a responsibility to make decisions that are safe, ethical, and informed, and this proposal is none of those things. It is short-sighted, reactive, and dangerous. We are not opposing help for those in crisis, but we are asking for responsible help. We are asking the town to pause this bylaw, conduct a full safety and risk assessment, and find an appropriate location that can provide the necessary supports for people in crisis without endangering children and families. We all want a compassionate and inclusive Ajax, one that takes care of everyone, but compassion without planning is not kindness, it's negligence. Please do the right thing. Reconsider this plan before something happens that cannot be undone. Thank you, everybody, for listening.
Thank you, Nicole. And your name, please?
Sawa Tayeb.
Please.
Hello, my name is Sawa. I'm the owner of Peak Learning Center, an autism therapy clinic serving families in Ajax for the past 2 years. During this time, we've supported several families, over 200 families, and are currently serving 50 children in our current therapy center. I'm here today because the proposed placement of a homeless shelter directly beside our clinic raises concerns for the rights, safety, and well-being of the children we serve and the greater community. The Human Rights Code and Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms clearly protects individuals with disabilities. The proposed placement of this shelter directly beside our clinic raises multiple potential violations of these rights. Some of the violations include sections 1, 2, 5, 7, 9, and 11 in the Ontario Human Rights, and section 7, 15, and 28 in the Canadian Charter of Rights. These children we serve have both visible and invisible disabilities, including sensory sensitivities, anxiety, and challenges with emotional regulation. Sudden noise, unpredictable behavior, or disruptions can significantly affect their ability to safely participate in therapy. When an environment becomes unpredictable, it directly impacts their protected rights to receive accessible and appropriate services under the Human Rights Code. I also want to share some observations about the group of individuals who rely on the drop-in services. Many do not stay indoors consistently. They may come inside during the cooler months, but in milder weather, they prefer to be outside. There's no amount of security that will be enough to make us feel safe. Once they leave the facility, there's no security presence, which is when unsafe and illegal activities tend to occur. Our colleagues at Ontario Shores have shared that these group of individuals may have histories of criminal charges, severe mental health concerns, and frequently decline treatment. This makes planning for consistent support and ensuring safety even more challenging, especially when the shelter is next to a sensitive facility like ours. We must also acknowledge that autism rates in North America are amongst the highest in the world. Children are often diagnosed around age 2, but many do not receive funded therapy from the Ontario Autism Program until the ages of 7 or 8, long after the critical development period passes. Peak Learning Center was created to help fill this gap by offering more affordable and accessible interventions for families. Many of these families are paying out of pocket or using private insurance. We wanted to take some of the load off of the OAP. Families depend on these services, and early intervention is essential for their children's development. I want to be clear that this is not about opposing supports for people who are experiencing homelessness. They're dealing with trauma, mental health challenges, and systemic gaps, and they deserve proper, stable, and long-term support. However, the needs of one vulnerable group should not unintentionally create barriers or risk for another, especially when the second group is legally protected under human rights. If the shelter moves next door without a safe alternative for peak or meaningful support from the landlord and the town, our ability to provide essential services will be compromised. We may be forced to explore formal steps to protect the children's rights under the Human Rights Code. I'm respectfully requesting a balanced, thoughtful planning that considers the safety and rights of the vulnerable populations we serve. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Your name, please?
My name is Isabel Graham Redshaw.
Great. Isabel, your 5 minutes starts right now.
Thank you. I'd like to take this time, thank you very much for opening this up to us so that we can actually have a voice on what will be happening in our area. I represent Ajax Aquas Gymnastics Club. We're a nonprofit organization. We've been in Ajax for 53 years. We are currently at 137 Mills Road. And I also represent the Durham Gymnastics for Boys. They are also a nonprofit organization that are at the same location. This club is 25 years old. We share the parking lot with the building that is designated for the crisis center. The whole parking lot, right around the whole building. So I'm here today because concerns have been raised about our proximity to the homeless crisis center that's moving into the building, right behind us. We took our first lease around 9-10 years ago. We thought we were moving into the downtown area, which Ajax promoted to be more of a hub and really to get the town, I guess, that area back on its feet. Now, I realize since then, COVID hit, we had to take a second lease through COVID, and all of a sudden, we are in our third lease in this area without realizing what kind of a situation is happening all around us with the homeless people. Now, I know it's a complex issue, and I mean, I've been a resident for 60 years in this town, so I understand that this is an awful situation and nobody deserves to be in a tent in the winter. I get it. I want to tell you the positive impact our nonprofit brings to the community. We serve 300 children plus a year, boys and girls. That's membership. We provide programs for toddlers, babies, age 3 to 5, young adolescents, teenagers. We have a provincial competitive boys and girls gymnastics club that work out of this facility. We employ 25 staff and support volunteers, and we bring stability, resources, and local development. Our presence is a net benefit to this neighborhood and to the town of Ajax as a whole. In my letter I wrote to the town, I spoke of many incidents that had been happening around our building in the last 3 years. Most of the businesses in the areas are dealing with the same issues. I mean, we're mostly dealing with children, so the children, they all see the drug deals. I know everybody sees that. The drug paraphernalia, the vomit, the excrements. The children are seeing this, the homeless sleep on our back steps. They're in the front doing their drug deals. They're bringing their carts with all their stuff, their belongings, and sometimes it stays in the parking lot for a while. There's many questions that we have to answer, and we're just coaches and directors of the gymnastic club. We've had a couple of incidents where we've had to keep the children inside because there was a man in it with a machete in the parking lot. There was another incident, somebody threatened to take a child. We had to have the police called. They were called for both these incidents. And I mean, we're trying to deal with it the best that we know how. And I just feel that if this crisis center goes in behind, we'll be out of there. Our lease is up in a year and a half, and it's expensive to move to a commercial area. And really, I have to ask you, if you come into this area and you see this going on around a children's club, would you bring your kid? Because most kids won't. They're going to back down. We're losing members now because they have to fight through these people every day. So we all want a safe neighborhood. We all want a functioning and fair community, dignity and respect for all residents, sensible solutions, not Band-Aids. I just think that I'm hoping that there would be a better building around other than what seems to be around the hub of a lot of children's programs. And we've got a seniors building up the road too, which is, that's another thing that has to be reconsidered. Anyway, thank you for your time, and thank you for your commitment to our community.
Thank you. Before you start, sorry, for those of you standing, you can just put your name on the list, and then when it's your turn to speak, you can come up. Okay, as long as you guys don't mind standing, I appreciate that. I'm sorry, your name is?
Good afternoon. My name is Marla Walters.
Okay, please get started.
Thank you for this opportunity and for this time. I'm here just to provide council with just some evidence-based rationale for approving the proposed zoning and the change for the property lease at the region of Durham to support the unhoused population in Ajax. A little bit about the background. Ajax and Durham region have experienced a measurable increase in homelessness, as I know we are all very much aware, over the past decades, with lives lost during harsh winters due to inadequate shelter and housing resources. The property in question will serve as a low-barrier trauma-informed service hub providing shelter case management, harm reduction supports, and housing navigation. I do also want to make note that currently the social service building does provide supports to the same residents that are being spoken to now, so these will not be brand new individuals who have never accessed this space. I will also say that I was born and lived in Ajax and currently reside in Pickering, so I am very close to what's happening and seeing what's going on in our communities. I also do have 2 children, 10-year-olds, who come and access our church service every single week, multiple times a week. They have never been harassed or harmed by any of the patrons in the area. And we also do offer a summer day camp for children. We have had up to 40 children a week within our day camp, and we have never had any altercations with patrons from our day camp. Just to provide a little bit of local context and data, the Ajax point-in-time count has been, it's where they count people who are living unhoused since 2017. From 2018 to 2021, homelessness in Durham region has doubled. Ajax counted 100 individuals in the 2021 pit count. In 2024, the Ajax pit count identified 78 individuals, 32 at the time who were in shelter and 40 who were unsheltered. As of September 2025, there are 274 homeless individuals in Ajax alone. Following this trend, this has been the ongoing trend since the pit count started in 2017. The growth from 214 individuals from 2022 to 809 in 2025 to over 1,000 here in 2020, currently in September of 2025. The trend is increasing numbers, and it's not just within Durham region, it's across the entire country. I did hear that by 2030, I believe, they are projecting that over 300,000 people will be houseless if the current trend continues within Canada. The national context is showing that there is this ongoing increase. Some of the evidence-based benefits that will support the proposed facility is having life-saving supports to provide immediate shelter and access to essential services, reducing risk of death during cold winters. We have had several. Reduced community impact by having well-managed, low-barrier facilities, which will remove people from being in public spaces where they have space indoors 24/7. Accelerated housing outcomes. We have seen a large, since having our shelters in place, we are full every single night. I do want to say we have 47 beds at CFOC Doors of Compassion. We are full every single night. Last year, we housed, in partnership with other organizations, 68 people were moved into housing, and still we are full every single night. Last year for our food bank, which serves families, we had 5,342 individuals accessing our food bank, over 30,000 shelter bed stays. We had over 20,000 meals served to our community, and we served 891 unique individuals within Doors of Compassion. I think these numbers are staggering, and they are increasing, and the need for additional support. Durham Region was actually identified as one of the few communities where experts in the homelessness sector suggested more shelter spaces. We simply do not have enough spaces to bring people indoors, which is part of the problem we're seeing within our community and with individuals being outside.
I'm sorry, your 5 minutes is up now.
Okay,
Thank you so much for your delegation. Your name, please.
Hello, my name is Margaret Eskins. I'm the Executive Director at DARS over in, what do we call it? Pickering? Ajax West. Ajax West, that's right.
You can start your delegation. Thank you.
DARS operates a warming center in Pickering that welcomes 25 individuals every night from December 1st to March 31st. When we began, we could only open when temperatures fell below -15. But no one should be forced to sleep outside, on a bench, in a vestibule, in a field, or in a bus until temperatures become life-threatening. Because of the extreme weather last year, we opened more consistently, and we saw the results. People stabilized, they slept, they rebuilt. 4 individuals moved into transitional housing at the DARS farmhouse, and others secured rooms and long-term housing across Durham Region. The homeless population in Ajax has grown dramatically, and you already know the urgency of this issue. DARS currently provides 60% of the warming center spaces in the region, yet the by name list shows nearly 1,500 people are experiencing homelessness, plus the many who remain hidden. Without additional capacity, I will have no choice but to turn people away, simply because we don't have enough room. Sleep is not a luxury. It is a basic human need that allows people to think clearly, manage emotions, and engage meaningfully with social services partners. A safe place to sleep restores dignity, and dignity is often the first step towards stabilization and housing. Today, I am asking you as leaders, as compassionate community members, and as people who refuse to let others die on the street, to support this temporary use bylaw required for the 50-bed crisis center. This decision will save lives, create pathways out of homelessness, and offer people the safety and dignity they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Your name, sir?
Hello, everyone. My name is Mansour Mubarak. I am an Ajax resident. I live here for 3 to 4 years, and I just live 2 to 3 minutes north from here, down the street, basically on Harvard. The street is called Forbridge Crescent. I just want to share a few of my concerns that I know are not only my concerns, but from other residents as well. And those are 2 pieces. One is a personal concern for myself and my wife. We live at a house right by the main street. We had several incidents where people banged on our doors in the middle of the night. Obviously, unfortunately, homeless people who are in the area, and that's why we have a concern with having another facility being opened that close to us, where we're being scared out of sleep. My wife doesn't feel safe to be home alone. We have people banging on our doors. We had incidents like homeless people walking from house to house trying to open people's cars to break in and steal stuff. And there's a lot of other incidents that have happened. not only with us personally, but also in the area. And we fear that with another facility so close by, these incidents will increase. This is on a personal note, and again, this also affects a lot of other people who live in the area. On a second note, I want to talk a little bit about the Muslim community and how that affects us as well, because for those who do not know, just across the street, we have a local mosque. That is my personal local mosque and a local mosque of hundreds and thousands of other Muslims who live in Ajax, who go there for our religious needs and our religious obligations. Unfortunately, also there have been a lot of incidents, and we see a lot of homeless people causing risks. For example, we cannot keep the doors open. We have to lock the doors, and which makes it difficult for people to access the mosque because there's intoxicated people and homeless people blocking the entrances. There have been incidents of homeless people attacking people and their cars throwing stones at them. We have programs for children throughout the week, Mondays till Fridays. We have programs on weekends for children that come there with police cars around a lot of times with homeless people causing issues, attacking people, harassing people. And this has not been only one incident. The door handle was broken by homeless people as well. While we understand the need and the importance of finding shelter for these people, it poses a strong risk for the community. There's other community members here that will speak more to this, especially regarding the religious needs. There's just a lot of concerns. We are, on the one hand, personally, we don't feel safe in this area anymore. And secondly, it also restricts us and prevents us from practicing our religion and having a safe place to go worship, because there is just so many people around that make it difficult for us. I will keep it short and concise like this. Those are the two main concerns that does not only affect myself, but hundreds and thousands of other local residents, which will be affected if we have another facility opened close by. We kindly request that it is being considered to find a better location for these facilities so that the community on a personal level as well as on a religious level and as a whole is not impacted by having these people around if they are outside of these facilities. That's
Thank
it
you.
for me.
Your name, please.
Good day, my name is Naimatullah Mujaddidi, and I have a business of Prompt 3PL. It's 3PL third-party logistics and at 170 Commercial Avenue. So unfortunately, my story is also the same as other friends. We have a large business in the area. We came 2 years ago, but unfortunately, I have experienced 7 times they broke into our building from 2 years, 1.5 years, let's say. And my face and my name is well known to the Ajax police because every time I have to deal with them. And the 911 calls are getting from our security systems that they came to the building many times, 7 times with the dates, and you could ask even from the police department this. They broken machines, everything, but unfortunately, the machinery and the goods are inside. It's too dangerous for them. Anyone could die easily by sticking their feet, and 2 of them were there for several hours. But the police were on the other side of the room, and they were in the next room, and we were watching that all story in the security cameras by tomorrow with the police officers. Said they were sitting and seeing themselves that they were to the other side. So this is the severity of the situation. And 3 times arrests happens, but by next day they were released in front of me across the road. And the police officer told me we cannot do anything. Right now, we have 2 containers outside of our building that anyone is invited to go and just check it around those containers. They've broken 3 times my locks, and they've broken 2 windows of the building, and still it's there, facing north side of the 170 Commercial. Anyone is invited to go and check it. And the police report is there. They could help them with all the details. And all the drug materials and stuff, everything is around those containers. And anytime they could be overdosed inside the containers because they sleep there. They broke one of our clients' cars for 2 nights it were parked in our building. It was a truck. They were sleeping inside that. Beside that, 3 of my customers, I have their names, they came and they left my building. They didn't put their stuff, millions of dollars to my building, and I lost those customers because they saw physically they saw on that day that they were laying down and sleeping by my door in my private property. I mean, in the private property of the building. Beside that, unfortunately, we lost the Cricket Academy, who were going to come to our building and make a Cricket Academy inside the building. Because of this incident, we have documented from there, everything is in the city of Ajax. The request is there, but they went back and didn't do the business with us and the 3PL in that building. So these are the cases, and it's still there. The police is there. You could get all these information. Hopefully, you find a very good spot for them. We have sympathy with them. We know the problem, but we have also, I have to move my business back to my Scarborough location, because from years we were running this, and it will be a big loss for this area. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Your name, please?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Frederica Walters, and I moved into Ajax in 1985. My children grew up here, and I attended church here. Our church was over at 75 Chambers, and we had a wonderful time until purchasing a building at at Harwood Avenue, right here in Ajax, where the shelter is located. And then we found we had a problem. We had homeless people coming into our offices every day looking for money or food. We contacted one of our tenants, who contacted one of the MPPs for the area, Joe Dixon, who got in touch with, I think it was a couple of the councillors from town that started the task force. And that's how we became involved. After someone died in front of our building, we could no longer just turn a blind eye. And so we began to open to the unsheltered people voluntarily. And then when COVID hit, here we are. We have lost a lot of our church members because, like our community, everyone is afraid of homelessness. So was I, until I came face to face with it. We do run a day camp. We've done it for 17 years and have had no incidents. Since 2012, we've run it in the same building at 158 Harwood Avenue with never an incident. We have Sunday school, we have youth programs. We run all of these programs out of the same building that houses these individuals and have had no incidents. Yes, we have seen many things because it is a homeless population, and I do believe that it is a human right for every person to receive shelter. And so with this, I'm asking that the proposal be considered. We were at 75 and knew nothing about that until I was face to face with it, as I said. We worked very closely with the police department, and last year we were told 70% of the crimes that takes place in the area are not by unsheltered people. That statistics is with the police. Those were the statistics that we were given. Only 30% of all that takes place is done by the unsheltered. And so there are other individuals that are doing a lot of the crimes. With this, I would like to say that I'm in agreement that if not this place where, I just want to say that nobody knows what tomorrow brings. We've had lawyers in our shelter, we've had doctors, we've had nurses, we've had police officers that due to circumstances of life ended up homeless. We've had business people, a member in this town that owned business, 2 houses, that just because of illness, a stroke, ended up homeless. And it is these type of people that we do serve, finding them a pathway from simply surviving to thriving. And so with this, I am asking the council to consider this facility. If not this facility, there must be an immediate facility that can be identified so that our people do not die in our parking lots, in tents, in boulevards, or in the park. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Your name, please?
Good afternoon, Tamika Mercurius.
Please.
I have been in front of council many times, and I know you've heard a lot of passionate stories, so I'm not going to give that type of delegation. Instead, I have some questions, and if I understand the process correctly, they'll be noted, and then there'll be time for response. Wonderful, thank you. Maybe to start, agree that support is needed. I think a lot of the individuals here today are questioning the location of this support, as we already have 2 operating shelters in this immediate area. Which brings me to my first question. Do we know what the region's next steps are if this amendment is not passed? Have there been plans around an option B, an option C, other locations? 2, as with past amendment requests, including the most recent by a developer to build a 30-story building, considerations and mitigations to address issues like noise, shadows, lights, and winds were included. Has the region and the town worked on strategies to address the persistent issues, many of which you've heard today? Issues like noise, vandalism, theft, security, garbage and debris collection, open drug use, and protection of public spaces, private and residential property. 3rd, addressing winter capacity through a temporary use amendment at this site with renewal options can result in a de facto long-term change to the purpose of this area. Is there a reason why we're looking to amend this bylaw, which will allow for the operation of this facility on a 3-year term versus something more temporary to address what many of you have mentioned today is a concern around winter warming? Using a temporary bylaw change to substantiate winter warming for 3 years with the possibility for renewal in 3-year increments just doesn't seem to be to scale. Council has also identified downtown Ajax, Ward 3 specific, for renewal and business attraction, further intensifying crisis services in this location, work against efforts to draw employers, services, and residents to this area, and risk signaling that the area is for institutional uses rather than the vibrant mixed downtown core that we've been promised. What specific revitalization objectives does this amendment advance? And what evidence shows that a 3rd crisis care facility will attract versus deter private investments and jobs? We just heard from our HR strategy today about wanting Ajax to be an area for development and employee-employer growth. What strategic objectives would this crisis care facility advance that support those objectives? Lastly, around overconcentration, we already have 2 operating shelters in our area. And with those shelters, it doesn't seem like an impact analysis was completed. Again, if there was anything around the pressures on the immediate area, and also the issues of reducing attractiveness for current and future businesses. Is there a definition that the town or the region can provide around what would symbolize or what would constitute as overconcentration? Is it 4 crisis care facilities? Is it 3? Is it 6? Is it 8? What would substantiate what overconcentration is to where we'd have a working definition, and in addition to other bylaw amendments, could follow that definition in terms of making future decisions? Thank you.
Thanks so much for those questions. This committee will endeavor to get those responses for you. Hi there. Your name?
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Andrew Pappas. I'm a resident and a business owner of Ajax. I'm here for a comment and a question pretty much. I have the privilege and the honor to have 1 foot here, 1 foot there. I am a business owner and a resident, and I also see a lot of the unsheltered out on the streets that I take time and speak to them and know them. And I know that a lot of them, like Pastor Frederica Walters mentioned, they were just ran on their luck. Not everybody is an addict. Not everybody is a violent criminal. A lot of them, many of them, were one paycheck away when they lost it all. One. And then things of situation just happen, then you make them the way they are right now. My concern is, and I understand the public, I really do, because I do live here and I do have a business here. I really do understand you guys. But my question is, if there is a situation now that we can get, the homeless population is growing no matter what you do, wherever you go. They're going to grow in Ajax, they're going to grow in Whitby, they're growing, and we can't stop them. But we can help. So if this organization that is happening right here, right now, is helping the unsheltered population get some help, physically, mentally, and resourcefully, I have known and I have spoken to them, and if you guys do, you probably know as well, that some of them are already housed. Some of them are already looking for jobs. Some of them have already moved out of the streets, but they did it with help. So if this place that is opening on 140 commercial, if they can get the people out of the streets, indoors, and help them move forward, that'll be a great step. And I'm concerned about the environment as well, but my question is this: if we get security, 24 hours security for the businesses, which we should, I believe, and we help the unsheltered community, it's a win-win, because we're going to get them more off the streets and more out there in the society. So this is my concern and my question. If we get security 24/7, can that help? That's it. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Your name, sir?
Abdul Majid Khan. First of all, I'll be thankful for all of you. I see the name there: Chief Administrator Officer, Director of Planning, and many counselors here. Thanks for accommodating me here. The first question what I have, that we reached to this stage, that we have so many people around us, and this issue is becoming an issue and everybody's coming addressing. But who approved, I'm just going to give my comments, but who approved that we're going to have residents in that location? Because everybody on same page, as a director of planning or counselor, who approved this zoning that they're going to have the location there? No matter how much we talk, how much people they have concern, we can say there's an isolated concern, isolated incident. This happened to you, happened to you, happened, and it didn't happen to me. So this is my question. And the second question, that no matter how many people are coming here talking, if after listening their concern, what is their position? Are we going to change that? Or how much votes we have to change the decision? Or we just listening and after that is over? What is the criteria here that how much weight our concerns have? There's so many, today there may be 300-400, maybe 500. If the council and the town of Ajax, they have already decided, there is no use to talk, respectfully. Now, the third concern, what I have as a resident of Ajax, I'm living in 30 years, 35, more than 35 years, that is not matter of, because what concern town of Ajax have for them, sympathy, cooperation, giving them food or shelter or home, saving them from, you see it's cold, snow is coming. You see the bottom line here, to help them. So is a issue here is location. Why don't we talk with Ajax? There's a big place here. Why don't you move? Why don't we decide that we move the location? Because mostly people, and then if we move the location, there will be no problem. And the last thing I would like to say, that if we move the location, but we should make the boundary for them, nice place, we can afford, so they can go out, they can play, whatever, they can move around the way they are walking around everywhere, because if their needs are not fulfilled, they are breaking things, whatever. I don't want to say bad thing about them. We have sympathy for them. The way town of Ajax, they're taking care of them. I think every individual who's sitting in this gathering, they have sympathy, they have love for them. We don't want to see them outside shivering in cold weather. So we want to help them also. So my humble request to all of you, either we change the location or please let us know that how much weight we have in our concern. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Mukhtar Amiri. I'm one of the owner at 177 Mills Road. We run Assembly and Packaging Inc. Business. We have had a lot of issues with crime in the area. We had multiple breaks-in, and our employees are afraid as well. There's already apparently 2 other shelters in the area, and if we were to add another one here, as the mayor had said, which has even greater capacity than the other ones in the area, we could see very significant damage to the businesses in this area. I'm the first one to have a lot of compassion for these homeless folks, but this, I fear, that will turn the whole area into a place that no one wants to go to, which will hurt general retail businesses. And on our end, which is more significant, industrial business will hurt us deeply and put us in a danger of losing the businesses possibly. We are creating jobs in the area, but it seems job creation and businesses is not given much importance. We will have to downsize, the people will lose jobs. The revitalizations of downtown Ajax is one of the things that we are most looking forward and taking actions like this without the proper planning or proper regard to businesses and other folks in the area, and extremely wrong-headed things to do and will cause severe damage to everyone in the area. I hope Council takes the proper time to reflect on this area. Already it seems that only a few days were given for everyone to come out, when in reality I'm sure that there are many other businesses owners and folks who may not be aware of this situation, but would like to make their voice as heard as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Please approach. Your name, please.
Good evening. My name is Jason Durant. I am an ex-law enforcement officer, and I'm also a pastor. So I'm standing here today having heard what is being said, and I can identify with the concerns of every single individual here. Where I come from, there is something called cause and effect. And I think that the concerns that are being raised by the organizations against the shelter is very, very much good. However, if the city does nothing, it's going to continue. I think in allowing this shelter to happen, it's going to put the city in a place of control, where they are able to monitor, where they are able to help. And I also represent an organization called Durham Community Action Group. We, in the last 3 months, have fed over 3,000 families, and it's increasing. We are willing to step up even in terms of what we do to help in whatever way we can to the city. And I think that if these people are being helped and they are being put in the right direction, that there is hope for them. We need to have compassion for all men, and we also need to protect our young. And I think that if the city is getting involved, they are going to put themselves in a position to be able to control the situation that is happening. Because if it's not controlled, it's going to get out of control. So I support the idea of the homeless shelter, and whatever we can do as an organization to help with food and whatever else, we are willing to even look for a place in the area where we can come closer so that we can also help assist. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Your name, please.
Good afternoon. It's Aziz Amiri. I'm president of Business Council CABC. I think it's obvious that this area have helped in this issue more than its share. We already have 2 locations here. What do we want? We want to put the third one here? This is not the right place. Yes, we have the compassion with the people. God forbid, one day I might end up homeless. But to centralize all the 3 locations in one street or one area is destroying the downtown. Ajax is not only one street. We already have 2 here. That's beyond enough. There shouldn't be 2. There should be 1 here, 1 in the other area. We should spread it out. We don't want to do this as another hassle street in Vancouver. And then we're going to clean it? We heard the concern from the special needs of children in this area. We heard the concern from the gymnastic people here. We heard that the business had 7-time breaking, 7 times. Isn't that enough? What else do we want? Do we want the business to stay here? Who would want his business to be breaking 7 times? Do you know how liability is that? If any of them get killed there, die overdose in one of these facilities, who gonna answer? The city gonna answer? Do you know how difficult it is to get insurance when you have 7 times break-in? Do any of you guys have any idea in the insurance in the business? No. How would the poor guy will get insurance when he has 7 times break-in? We have 2. I cannot understand it. I got this news and I'm overwhelmed. We already have 2 in this area. And in that one street, commercial in this Harwood, 2. And we want 3rd? Are you serious? So, with all passion that we have, whatever it takes, if you need 5,000 signature, we'll provide you 5,000 signature. We do not want the 3rd one here. Simple. City has a lot of facilities. City have a lot of areas. City have obligations. And we, as a citizen, has obligation toward them. But not in one area. Do you want the other businesses to close? Is that what you want? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Your name, please.
Caitlin Ray. I want to say thank you for hearing my remarks today, and I appreciate the passions on both sides. I think some comments have been made that we're all in agreement that both vulnerable or all vulnerable populations should be protected, whether you're an individual with a disability and you're a child, or you're an adult living with a disability and you're unhoused. The support is needed, and the problems that we have heard today that the community is experiencing, whether that's crime, witnessing things like overdoses, those issues don't go away when we fail to support people. Those issues only go away and are solved as a community when we're supporting everyone. The contentious issue seems to be the location. I'm speaking not from a place of opinion, but from evidence that we've seen across municipalities all across Canada, that putting supports isolated in far away spaces away from other community supports, whether that's family members, whether that's grocery stores, food banks, housing possibilities and options, employment options. When we isolate individuals, there's not a way for them to move forward in stability and long-term success because they don't have those supports near them. So wherever we are looking to put supports in our communities, there's always going to be some type of issue that we're going to run into, that there might be located close to other priority populations. I think the biggest thing is that we need to come together as a community and learn to accept all of our needs and a way to move forward that supports everyone. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Your name, please.
Yep, David Chung, Ajax Home Hardware. I've run a business in Ajax for the last 50 years, so I've seen the evolution of how we got to this point. Listening to the pastors, I respect the work they do, and they do very good work because there's a very vital need in this community for that. But there's a time and a place for everything. This is a time to address that, but this is not the place. Because putting that there, right, it's to the detriment. Sure, those folks need help, but it's to the detriment of the existing business there. And listening to what the HR had to say earlier, they make a lot of good points of wanting to attract business investment to Ajax, specifically downtown Ajax. That will not happen if that facility opens. Because I'm just stating the obvious. Who would want to invest in an area that's going to be I don't know if overrun is the right term, but it's going to multiply the population of the people in need by what? 10 times, 6 times. So what I've seen, it's not just the homeless committing these crimes. I agree with that, but this being a magnet for all these folks, not just from the Durham region. They're coming from Toronto. I've seen them from Hamilton, what have you. But it'll be a magnet for these folks to come to town, and the crime rate around my store has increased, substantially over the last 5 years. Folks sleeping in my wheelbarrows. Shoplifting is just off the charts now. And really, I mean, if you want to retain the existing business and not only attract more business, I cannot see having a facility there getting the purpose of what the HR objective is to attract business. Because I've been there for 50 years. Will I be there for another 5 years? I can't guarantee that, the way this is going. All right, and I'd like to thank Councillor Crawford for being a sympathetic ear to us. You're on speed dial. Thank you for your work. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Your name, please.
Yes, Yvette Alas. I'm one of the business owners of Kindertots Childcare Center located at 204 Harwood Avenue South. I'm representing the staff and children of Kindertots. We serve ages infants to age 4. To start, we want to say we sympathize with this community and we don't want to see any bad things happen to them. However, we have a business to run. And this is not a safe location. Based on the history we have had with this community, these are some of the things that we have experienced. Fighting right behind the daycare, sometimes in front, throwing stuff onto the playground. Sometimes when they are fighting, they throw stones at each other. Those stones end up on our playground, and we have children out there. So we understand they're not in a sane mind when they're doing this, but we have to protect our children. We have an undertaking, and we are mandated to keep those children safe. Our stuff has been stolen. A $2,000 stroller was taken right off our playground. Needles in front of our doormat, the front doormat. Urinating, exposing themselves right at the front door. We employ around 28 staff. Some of the staff are frightened sometimes to come in, and especially when they work the late shift till 6 o'clock to go out by themselves. So they leave in batches. Parents who have come in for tours, we register a year in advance. And when they're closer to the date, they want to come in for an in-person tour. We cannot not take people in-person tours. So when they come in, they're willing to lose a $200 deposit once they have seen the plaza. So we are down registrations again this year. This is an ongoing problem now for the last couple of years. Every other center is at maximum, and we are having trouble registering people, especially our infants, because that's where we start from. We have called the police, town of Ajax, many, many times. They are very familiar with our daycare, very supportive, I have to say. They've always come to our aid. They've always responded to our calls and come personally to the door to also speak with us. So we want to thank them for that. We appreciate that because they know what we are undergoing. We have also called the police not only for our safety, but for the safety of some of the homeless people. One day, one of them was stuck in our garbage bin and couldn't get out. And we had to call to get that person out of the garbage bin. This is a big bin. You can't just come out of it, and not when you're not in your right sense of mind. So this, we also, we have seen to our own eyes, because we have cameras, dealing of drugs, usage of drugs, and this is all happening behind our playground, leaning against our fence. Sometimes the staff can't even go to put the garbage out because they're leaning up against the gate that is leading to go out to throw the garbage. So this is a fantastic idea. We are all for it. I'm sorry, but this is not the right location. You have to find another location for these poor people. Don't make us the bad guy. We are not the bad guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Your name, please?
My name is Roy Safi. I'm the co-owner of Rotilicious Restaurant located at 89 Commercial Avenue. We've been in business there for over 39 years, and the last couple of years we've had a lot of destruction to our property because of the homelessness. We've had our patio damaged like 4 times. We've had the police involved. The homeless people have set fire to keep warm in front of the building by the residents. We have the female employees, they're scared to come into work. Sometimes they sit in the car and wait for someone, one of the male workers, to come in so they can open up the facilities. So we've had a lot of destruction. We've lost our business of dropped by 50% in the last couple of years because of the homelessness situation. I know, like across Canada, we are having a serious problem with homelessness, and we should help everybody, but the location that you folks have decided to choose to build another shelter is not the correct place to do this. You have to find somewhere else away from this area. Having 2 shelter here already and adding another one is going to make this situation worse. A crisis care facility requires a safe and quiet environment away from children's services, away from retail businesses. And putting up another shelter here is not going to make it any better. So it's the best choice is to look for another location. You have to conduct a feasibility study and determine how the homelessness situation and a new shelter is going to affect all the businesses. When the businesses are destroyed or destructed, with insurance claims, you have a deductible, and there's only so many times you can make a claim to the insurance company. Eventually, you won't have any insurance. Nobody's going to insure you. And sometimes you cannot claim anything because of the deductible. Eventually, a lot of business will have to move out of the area. So please reconsider and look for another location. Thank you.
Thank you. Your name, please.
Talha Khan.
Please.
Good afternoon, respected council members. First and foremost, I want to express gratitude of appreciation and thanks for allowing us to share our word. And I know that this is not the only place we can do it. There was an opportunity to share things online as well. And I'm pretty sure you guys have received lots of emails and whatnot. I actually lived in Ajax since 1992. grew up in Ajax. I remember playing hockey right here in the Ajax Public Library area, growing up having fun, and remember boasting to my friends about Ajax, like, hey, this is the place to be. As of recent, hasn't been the case. Now, I don't want to get into many of the incidents that I've personally experienced or that we've experienced. It's clearly evident that there's a lot of heat and passion in this room here. And some facts are being presented, and it's clear that we're all trying to help an underprivileged group of people. The question is, how are we supposed to do it? We cannot help someone benefit at the expense of others. And that's clearly what the business owners are here sharing. I want to share something personally. I thought I was going to withhold myself from talking, but when I listened to everybody talk, I thought maybe I'd share this. I once came to, the downtown area, to the library, and I wanted to stop to pray with my children, and I was approached by someone with a machete, with a knife. And I obviously protected myself, and I actually wanted to press charges. I wanted to, call the police, but I prayed at the mosque. And someone in the mosque, saw my face, and we had a discussion. You know what he told me? He told me, hey, take it easy. You don't know the situation that these people are going through. He's not in his right mind. He's doing it because a situation has befallen him. And I understood that. And I explained that to my children. But for how long? How long do we have to continue to make these type of, exceptions? We understand that not everyone in the shelter is taking drugs. Not everyone in the shelter is, creating chaos and breaking into businesses and stealing and whatnot. However, we all can agree that the opening of a third shelter will bring these type of people, will bring these type of incidents, will only increase. What are we going to do about it? So if this is just a way to listen to us, then I think I should call it a quits. But if we're going to do something about it, then I really urge and appeal to those who are making the decisions, the respected council members, to reconsider the location. Locate it somewhere else, right? And more importantly, whenever a decision is made, there's going to be benefit and the harm, right? We want to make sure that the benefit or the mitigation of the harm outweighs the benefit. And in this case scenario, we have 2 shelters already. We have experience, and we have incidents and people here documenting their situations. And me as a resident of Ajax surviving, I could have been dead. What are we waiting for? Do we need a murder to take place? And now, what are we going to do about it? So we have to be a little reasonable with our thoughts and our decisions and try and locate this place in such a way that's going to be beneficial not only to those who are trying to help, but to those who are currently existing in the downtown area, whether it's businesses, whether it's attendees. I mean, I take my children to the Pickering Library now, to be honest with you. And it's sad, because I love the Ajax Library. But given that knife attack, and given the situations and circumstances, I can't let it happen again. And I would hate to see it happen to anybody else in Ajax. So thank you so much for listening to us. I know I'm being a little bit passionate towards the end, but I hope that you reconsider and we find a solution. We have another meeting like this, so we can discuss next steps. There are great minds over here who can help bring a solution to this problem that we have. We can't just say every council, every community has homeless people. We have to deal with them. They're growing across Canada. It's not everyone, it's only the drug addicts. That's not the way to deal with the situation, a solution. We can deal with it in a way that Ajax will continue to rise and be a place where not only you want to live, but you want to invest and make it your home. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Your name, please?
Colleen O'Hara. I would just like to know when our safety became a non-priority for residents and businesses of Ajax. I've lived in Ajax for 33 years, 29 years in this neighborhood. My husband was a firefighter, so he worked shifts, so I was responsible to get my children to and from things, and I never ever gave it a second thought. Now I can't walk my own neighborhood. I can't walk the route that I have walked for the last 5 years because it goes through the pathway and up across Achilles. I can't go to a bank machine in Ajax and haven't been able to for the last 5 years because they've been closed. The whole idea of bank machines was to be able to do your banking
after hours. You can't do that in Ajax anymore. You can't go to the library, you can't go to Tim Hortons and go to the bathroom because of the overdoses that happen there all the time. I would like to know how much Ajax is spending through emergency services to the homeless. Because in my research, it shows between 29 and 33%. So does that mean that residents of Ajax, when they call 911, are being put on hold? Do the people who pay the taxes in Ajax get to use the resources, or are they being used on other things? I think safety is a priority. I want to remind everybody too that we do have 2 shelters, and we almost had a safe injection site, but the residents of this neighborhood fought very hard, and we supported Lisa in that. I would like to see help for these people that need the help, but it can't be in our ward. Is there anything in your ward, Mr. Lee? Is there anything in your ward, Miss Crawford? Because there's a lot in ours, and I think the residents have had more than enough to deal with. I would also like to bring up harassment. How many times in one day is it okay to be harassed by a drug addict? How many times do you get asked for money in this neighborhood? Because it can be anywhere from 1 to 8 times. Anywhere you go in Ajax, you get asked for money. There's not enough money in Ajax for the people who need it and ask for it. So I would just like to say that safety is a priority for council of its residents and its businesses. And you guys aren't doing that. And I would like to see our residents safe, and I would like to see some help from other wards, because it's not a downtown problem, it's an Ajax problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Your name, please.
Good afternoon, Heather McMillan. I've been listening to the delegations today, and I find it quite interesting that we're hearing a lot about moving these services outside of this ward. Listening to the business owners and the property owners and the residents of the community, I'm actually hearing that we have a deep need for more services and more support in this area, and that we actually need this facility. The arguments that there would be jobs lost, there would actually be a lot more jobs created. At Christian Faith Outreach Center Doors of Compassion, we employ over 140 people. There are opportunities to grow even more work, more jobs, more support. This also gives an opportunity to bring more people inside and off the street. At CFOC, we do offer a number of different supports and services. We connect regularly with community organizations that help to build people up so they can move into permanent long-term housing, that they can become employable in the region of Durham. Right now, they are being driven to survival and instincts, and crime could be on the rise if there are not more supports offered for this community. That is all I have for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Your name, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Gloria Small, and I operate the Durham Committee Action Group, which is a food pantry, and we do a lot of senior programs and stuff, events. I have questions, and I have a concern, and I do understand businesses and, and what they are going through. One of the things, if this area is going to be happening, I'm not sure, but would we have security? What type of security you'll be looking at? What about the mental health? I came out from a mental health background as a nurse working at Ontario Shores and Forensic. And what I would like, if this go through, is to make sure that we can have the right sources. Security, you have mental health nurses, you have a checking in within the area. Because I think as much as we can say, hey, we don't want this, is some of the people or businesses within the Ajax downtown or even Ajax willing to employ some of these people? Because some of the issues is that we have it all for ourselves, but we are not giving to the other person. We are not employing some of these people. They are knocking on your door, and all you can do is just turn them away. So I think for me, there is a lot of things that one need to look at. Employment, are you willing to hire them? I hear it's my business, my business, my business, which is great. But there's a bigger picture to this. And as I said, I'm hoping that we can put things in place if this do happen. Security, number one, police checking in, maybe erupting putting up a fence, making sure that it's safe and that some sort of measures are happening, going in, coming out, making sure you could give accountability where this person is going. Because we do that. When we allow clients to go home, we want to know what time you're leaving, what time you're back. These are the things that we put in place. What store are you at? A matter of fact, there were always restrictions on store from the forensic end. Always restrictions. So you cannot just say you leaving the compound and just going all over Ajax or Whitby. You had to give accountability. So I'm hoping some of these things, if it do happen, and I don't see why we should not take care of the needy. Because I actually had to put a client, 83-year-old Orient man, into a shelter. And if it was not for the shelter, he would have been back in China in no man's land. And that was the experience for me. So a shelter is very much needed. But I'm asking what type of protection, what type of services are going to be implemented into this type of plan. And if the business owners are willing to hire some of them that I may know that are looking for jobs. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Your name, please.
Adam Smith. So I have the privilege of working for the Doors of Compassion Agency, and I'm in a peer support role where I get to walk with individuals through the process, offering encouragement and to help navigate resources from a place of lived experience. I think we've heard many stories today about the negative effects and some of the horror stories, but I'd like to also shed light on some of the positive impact we've had. I wouldn't have numbers specifically, but to see the individuals that have benefited from our services and have gone on to become contributing members of society, as I am one myself, And I know you speak about the youth and stuff. I actually nowadays have the privilege, I work with youth groups, speaking to youth about not ending up in this type of situation, about making proper decisions. I have the opportunity to give back to the community that once supported me. And it was through contacts in services such as we provide where I had that, I was given that encouragement and offered those resources. So I understand I could only imagine the frustration of the business owners, but as well as it's a symptom of an internal issue. I like the woman who just addressed early, like employment, purpose, fulfillment, these type of things. To just offer the solution of moving the symptom. If you went to the doctor and you said, I have a pain in my arm, and he said, okay, well, I can move it to your foot, it doesn't address the issue. The people are here. The issue is here. The people are here. They are human. They are a part of this community. As was mentioned before, they come from all walks of life. So our goal is to help them find their way. And I believe that in doing so, they will come back and support and contribute and benefit this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Your name, please.
Hi, my name is Alicia Radway. As an individual, I'd like to say first that I, have faced and seen many of these challenges throughout my lifetime with family and friends, and I understand how important supports are, including have a child myself with mental health issues who has needed these supports desperately and has received them, at a time when we didn't know what else to do. And so I understand the importance of making sure that everybody has access to the proper housing and support, food, basic needs that everybody else has. As a representative of a business that is located in this building, I have to say that the security and safety of our staff is our biggest priority. And when we have staff refusing to come into work because they're being harassed at their cars, they cannot take public transit safely to get back and forth to work, that's a concern for us. That's a problem for us. We recently went through hiring and had a couple of people not show up for interviews. It turns out they did show up for their interviews, but when they saw what was going outside our door, they left because they didn't feel comfortable even coming into the building. We are not asking for a refusal of help for all these people who need it. We want them to get it. We want to help support them in our community, but we don't feel that this is the right area for them. And we would like to make sure that our staff remain safe. There's been nothing disclosed to us about how that's going to happen. There's been zero transparency about this process. A small 2x3 sign was posted up on a door that said, oh, by the way, there's a bylaw meeting coming up in a week if people object to this rezoning. And nobody was even notified. The businesses weren't notified. We were, kind of blindsided by it. And now we're being asked to just go along with it. And we would like to make sure that the proper planning is put into this before it happens. So, thank you for listening to us today, and we appreciate everything that you guys are trying to do to help these people. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Your name, please.
Hi, my name is Pamela Creary, and I want to say I'm with CFOC proud. I want to say thanks to everyone here who have an opinion. The question is there a quick fix? No. Does what everybody's saying here has a valid opinion? Sure. Because we want to live together. We want to work together. But CFOC has stood out and stand out in saying, you know what, we're going to make a difference. Now, I'm going to tell you this. I'm the supervisor of the Ajax Hub, and I'm saying it proudly because I'm helping your mother, your sister, your brothers, your daughters, your sons. That's who I see in front of me that's coming. I have people, and I like to connect. I have people say to me, Miss Pam, I would love to move, but my rent went from $800 to $2,300 a month. Where do I go? I have someone said, you know what, I was in a car accident, I knocked my head, and I'm hearing voices in my head. So please forgive me when I shout and I scream when I speak. So on a human level, we have to understand that this is not CFOC problem or the counselor's problem. This is a world problem, and we all have to fix it. Something else that's important is Ajax is not 23 years ago. Guys, look where we're coming from, look where we're going, and be proud of who we are. I'm always proud of Ajax. You know why? I want us to be that little town who didn't have the houses, who didn't have a lot of resources, where the rest of Canada can say, oh my God, look how that little town took an idea and worked together to help those that are homeless. I do not want to be like the rest of Canada. And yes, I understand 100%. Can you imagine being a supervisor with everybody coming into your office? I need shoes, I need underwear, I need socks, I can't afford my rent, I have to see my doctor, I need rehab. Why don't we have more rehab clinic? When someone say, I want to quit smoking or doing drugs today, Miss Pam, why do I have to tell them to call, book an appointment? Why don't we have a rehab clinic on every corner? That's what bothers me. So I'm saying let's work together. And again, it's not a quick fix, but we have to understand that 25 years ago, Ajax was small, it was compact, nobody came inside. our generation now, it's our children that's going to be running Ajax 15, 20 years from now, not us. We may be that seniors who our kids put us out on the street to get your pension. And guess what? I pray there's 1,200 CFOC there's to say, come on in, grandma, come on in, grandpa, because that's what we're seeing. We have someone in the up right now, she's 95 years old, 95. And I said to her, what about your family? She go, Miss Pam, they said there's no room in their house for me. 95, that could be your mom, your grandma. So what are we supposed to do? Tell her no? No, we can't do that. As human beings, listen to what I'm saying. We're going to get old 15, 20 years from now or older. Make an example. Let's work together. I don't want no enemies in here. Let's all come together, businesses, all of us, and say, hey, what can we do to make a difference? Because it's not going away. Homelessness is a world problem, not a little town of Ajax. But let Ajax be the town that make a difference so all of Canada can say, look, they came together and they fixed the problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Could I have your name, please?
I'm Mary Jane Manyaka. So I just want to state that I stand strong with CFOC. I just came here today and I wanted to just voice my opinion. So my children have participated in Christian Faith Outreaches Camp and other programs that CFOC have provided. Through these experiences, they have interacted with members of the homeless community, people who always shown them respect, kindness, and humanity. These moments open my eyes to something important. Homelessness is not an issue that exists somewhere else. It takes a part of every community, whether we acknowledge it or not. I understand the concerns people have when talking about establishing a new space for individuals experiencing homelessness. But instead of focusing on fear, we need to shift our perspective towards compassion. Homelessness can happen to anyone. As Pastor said, we've seen lawyers, nurses, and other professionals suddenly find themselves without stable housing. Many families are only from one expected event, an illness, job loss, crisis, away from the same reality. This is exactly why the new space is so necessary. A dedicated supportive environment can provide the essential services people need to rebuild their lives: safety, stability, job support, health resources, and community. We need to invest in people. We create the possibility of real change. We offer dignity, hope, and a change for individuals to get back on their feet. Our community is strong when we take care of one another. The homeless population deserves the same compassion, opportunity, and support we would want for ourselves, our loved ones, in a moment of need. This new space is not just a building, it's a commitment to humanity, healing, and progress. Let's choose understanding over fear. Let's look at this through a lens of empathy, and let's support the new space so that together we can help change lives and strengthen our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Calling for one last chance for anyone to come up and speak to the committee. Once, twice. Okay, I'm going to now close the public portion of this open house, or this public meeting, excuse me. Just very quickly, I want to say this council appreciates all the comments made by everyone today. It's very refreshing to see people participate in the democratic process. This is a very serious issue that requires serious answers, and both sides of the argument provided us much needed insight, so thank you. I'm now going to call a recess for 5 minutes. Let people go to the restroom, freshen up their soda pops, and we will reconvene in 5 minutes. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. If we could all please take our seats. Thank you very much. We will call this meeting back to order. Thank you for everyone's patience. So to the committee, to the council right now, there's no formal report. So now is your opportunity to ask questions. As committed, I will give you an extension on time. We have Regional Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I want to thank you for the respectful conversation that happened today. I know that I did not sleep last night. I did not. I knew this was going to be a difficult day and a difficult conversation. But I do want to thank you for the respect that's been shown today. I understand there's two very different camps that are being affected today. So I just want to thank you for that. I have been in other conversations that were a lot more uncomfortable. I have a few questions for the region, if that's a possibility. I don't know who's going to be speaking on behalf of the region.
You can all come up.
Yeah, you can just
tag each other in and out as needed.
Okay, so today you've heard from both residents and from businesses and the effects that has happened on two shelters, so roughly 45 beds, maybe 50 beds. If this addition were to happen in Ajax, that would put us at a count of 100 beds. Can you give me some assurances on how our situation is going to improve here?
Is it on? I want to say thank you to everybody that came as well. I just want to address that and sharing your experiences with us. It's great to hear all of those concerns. To answer your question, with the additional 50 beds in Ajax, it will help the community by providing additional spaces for those that you're seeing in your community right now that are unhoused in front of your stores, in front of your neighborhoods. This site will allow for 50 people plus up to 100 people during the day in a community hub to access wraparound supports to help get them more stabilized and housed, starting to move through that continuum of housing, which will provide a better environment than them just being on your local streets.
So what is this going to be fully staffed with mental health supports, drug addiction supports?
We will have on site, there will be MHOP, which is mental health and addiction supports through the region, PCOP, which is primary care. There will, DCHC also comes to help provide some medical supports as well. So they're drop-in agencies that are programmed to come in weekly to meet with the patrons that will be there to provide them the supports that they need, along with other agencies in our community, Ontario Works, ODSP, Family Services, Adult Protective Services. There's lots of services that come to the hub space to provide those wraparound services.
As I understand it, the region already occupies space in this place. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the OW, is it?
Yes,
yeah.
That's correct.
Okay. Is this space, should it be approved, be wraparound staffing all the, like 24/7?
That's correct. There would be 24-hour staffing provided from the CFOC, who will be the program operator if this is approved there. So there's always staff on site, and the staff numbers depend on the number of participants that are in the building. We will also have security 24 hours. So there's always somebody there.
Security 24 hours, okay. So you've heard the effects of the current shelters in the Ajax Plaza businesses. Is there can we have assurances that those situations are going to improve?
I can never say absolutely 100%,
But now that you've heard,
yes, the vision that we see here is by providing more space for individuals to go, will help alleviate some of those concerns around the Harwood Plaza. This is 24 hours, so there is space for people to come indoors 24 hours. There will be a fenced area. It kind of contains people in one location. Right now, I know there's concerns of people waiting in lines to go into the hub to get meals and those things. That can sometimes is disruptive. This alleviates those issues.
No, I was just going to say, you just brought up another point. So the hub that is currently in the, I believe, the basement of the church location, will that now be moved into the newer location?
So the hub will move across to 130. However, there will still be hub space serving just those that are at Station Street and Harwood Plaza. So those shelter patrons will have access to programming in that space. The community hub that is now located there, we would move to commercial.
And will commercial have showers, washing machines, washrooms available 24 hours, 7 days a week?
Yes, there will be washrooms that are available. Showers will be the interim solution because there are not showers in there right now. We will have portable showers outside for people to use 24 hours.
And you talked about a fencing. I'm wondering if you can explain how large the area will be that is being fenced.
I'm going to pass it to James.
You can go to the other mic if you want, James. Yeah. You can go there.
Through the chair, it's James Goler, Director of Special Projects with the Works Department. It is if you look at the actual location, it's the north end going towards Station Street. You'll probably see that there's a cutout what's about 8 feet that you can see where traffic goes through. It will go from that boulevard all the way to the back of the building, and there'll be an erected fence that will contain it within there. And previously what Jennifer was speaking around, that is where in the interim, we'll be putting portable showers to confine it within that area. So it's that the north part towards Station Street from just a geographical perspective.
So the public showers will not be, you will not be able to see them?
They will be in that fenced area, with the fence area having, the metal fencing having a privacy type of screening type of thing to allow, so you cannot see in. That'd be correct.
The business, I think it's Ajax Gymnastics, which I don't know if they're still here. Yeah. So they are on the back end. So you're
That's
off
correct.
Mills, is that right? Off Mill Street. How does the fencing protect that business?
So I do apologize I know a lot of people are visual when it comes to those pieces. So it will go to the back northwest corner, understanding when we were negotiating with the landlord, it still requires a turning radius of some of the occupants in that area because there's trucks. They require that turning radius. It would then prevent any access to Mill Street from there. It would be actually fully encapsulating that area. So when we say it's fenced in on that north side, that is a full encapsulation of that area.
And the entrance into, I know we're not calling it a shelter, but let's just call it what it is. It's a shelter. The entrance into the shelter is not off of Commercial, correct?
So people visually can see the front entrance, but in that parking lot area, there's actually a side entrance, and I believe, Jennifer, that's the side entrance we'll be utilizing to allow it. So when you are on Commercial facing the building and you can see that large yellow 8-foot buffer that you have, approximately 20 meters in on the left-hand side is the entrance to the building. So they would be coming into the fenced area and then entering the building that way.
Okay, and I believe the front, if I'm not mistaken, because we did do a tour of the building on Wednesday, the front entrance would only be for families seeking shelter, correct?
I'm going to defer to Jennifer Bishop to talk about that service
Okay.
delivery when it comes to the families.
Yeah, you are, through the chair. Yes, you are correct. There is an entrance at the front facing Commercial Street. We would have program supports in there as well. So, MHOP or PCOP, if they were doing one-on-one with some patrons that required some supports, we could have that in there. But sometimes there's families that, are looking for shelter as well, living in cars or on the street. So that space would allow us to keep them separate from the program space to provide a family unit while we're looking for another location for those families to be housed.
And can you tell me the difference between the pick count and the by name list? Is there a difference? Are they the same
I don't think
thing?
there is a difference. I
Okay.
think, well, actually, no, that's not true. The pick count is the number of individuals that are identified on a certain day of the year. So it's a provincial date. Don't ask me what that date is because I don't know, but there is a date that communities within Ontario go out and do a visual count of people who are homeless. The by name list is individuals who have come in contact with some supports, whether it's our outreach team or the shelter system, and have agreed to become part of the software program that houses individuals' names to provide support. Lots of people who are homeless. The reason that we say that the by name list doesn't really show everybody that is homeless is because lots of homeless people do not have trust in the system and do not want to be on the by name list. So that is kind of the difference there.
And we're at 280, right, on the by name list?
Pretty much. I think we're at 279 at the last count.
Okay. I think I've asked enough questions. I'm sure there's more.
Thank you, Regional Councillor Crawford. Next, we have Councillor Tyler Morton.
Thank you, Chair, for chairing this meeting, and thank you to everyone in the gallery today. I think we know almost everybody out there. I just want, I don't want to make statements, but, it's, in my mind, better for the businesses if this happens, but that's, I respect everybody's opinion. So we keep hearing two things, right? Like if you look up, homeless people are more likely to be victims, not perpetrators. Overall violent crime by homeless individuals are not higher than the general population. These are things that everybody in this, people tend to exaggerate the danger. But then we have our friends here who have real life experiences, not an email, not what I'm looking up. They actually say this actually happened. So is it your opinion that this situation, if 140 comes to fruition, commercial, that the situation will be better for these business owners that have cited, which I realize my esteemed colleague has already answered this or asked this question-ish, but could you reiterate your thoughts on that? If the situation in a year from now, they'll say, you know what, with that shelter, things are better. Do you think that'll happen?
I think I can answer for the region. So through the chair, yes, I do believe that it will be better for businesses in the community. This provides a place for people to have shelter, a roof over their head, and the supports that are required on a daily basis.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I asked you a question. You answered it. I'm just going to leave it there. But yeah, okay. Thanks for the work you're doing as well every single day, not just this meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Tyler Moore. Next, we have Councillor Bauer.
Thank you, Chair Lee. Good afternoon. Thank you for coming today, and thank you to everybody who shared their voice with us. We hear you. So I was part of the tour of the facility last week. It's a very large facility, and I think there's potential to do what you are trying to do. So, and I know when you first made the announcement, it was because we are at a crisis. We are in an emergency situation with tents on the Achilles property, and winter is coming. And so the goal is to move all of those people into this crisis care facility. And I believe at last count there were 20 people, I believe, out there. So my question is, this is a facility for 50 beds. So the goal to move the 20 over, and then what happens with the remaining 30? Who comes to fill those beds? How do we get those people?
Through the chair. Yes, our first goal is to move those from Achilles. Those that will move, those that will not move will be moved off of Achilles. Secondly, there are 279 people in your community right now on the by name list, right? So we go through the by name list and offer shelter beds through an intake process, which they would be offered spaces at this site.
Okay. So I think some of the concerns that I heard and by email and other forms of communication is the phrase, if you build it, they will come. And so there's that concern that there will be more people in an isolated, in a central area. And I'm just thinking of the concerns. So I wanted to get your take on that. Now, so what is the plan specifically with the other two shelters?
Through the chair. The other two shelters will remain open right now because our immediate need is to get people housed. We will be coming up with a homelessness strategy in the new year where we look at a more efficient or effective way with our community partners as to what that shelter spaces look like.
Okay. And I believe in your announcement you talked about this is a world problem. Thank you for the resident who said that. And that Durham is trying very hard to find areas to build the either crisis care facilities or housing or what the region can do. So what have you been able to find across the region other than this facility in Ajax?
Yes, thank you for the question through the chair. That will be part of the shelter strategy that we're talking about in the new year because we have been looking at sites across every municipality. It's not easy to find the site for sure, I'm sure you can understand, and also a willing landlord or the space where it actually works with the programming that we need on site as well.
Right, and I thank you for that. And I think I wanted to ask that question because the other concern is, why are you only investing in Ajax? Why is it only Ajax that's coming up with this instead of the rest of the community? But I think that the understanding needs to be out there that the town of Ajax and the council of Ajax, we don't have property to open. First of all, it's a regional responsibility, but mind you, I say that lightly because it's all of our responsibility. But we don't have the land to do that. We don't own these buildings to do it. We have to work, with property owners. So I just wanted to put that out there. So, and I'd like to get your. This is supposed to be a temporary solution. I think that was what we're here for, is the temporary bylaw for 3 years. And I believe the region approved a lease for 5 years. So I just want to ask, maybe I'll ask staff this, is where did the 3 years come from? I think the resident had a legitimate question about 3 years doesn't seem temporary, or like, why would we not try for a year?
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Bauer. So the 3-year is the what the town can approve a temporary use bylaw for. So that is the legislative period of time that we can provide it. We can renew it for an additional 3 years after the fact, but the 3 years is the maximum that the town can temporarily rezone something to permit a specific use.
Okay, so if after, sorry, Director Romanowski.
I just would add that 3 years is the minimum, like that up to 3 years. It's prescribed in the Planning Act as well.
Right.
But any time during that 3-year period, council can revoke the bylaw if the temporary use isn't operating as kind of being discussed here today.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you for that. Thank you, Regional Councillor Crawford, for asking most of the questions that I also had. Okay, this is a very tough decision to make because I think everybody understands we do need to help these folks. It is our responsibility as fellow human beings to help people. And if this is the location that we have for an immediate answer to a solution that is a crisis with winter just around the corner, we cannot turn our backs and say, well, let's just leave them out there for a little while longer while we find another place. Because we have a solution right now that if it doesn't work, we can revoke. But it's either try this or do nothing. So that is not a question, that is just a comment, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilor Henry, just before we get into you, I believe Ms. Brownridge wanted to just chime in.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair Lee. Just to Councillor Bauer and just to help maybe frame the discussion, and I'll
Yes.
defer to my colleagues at the region to provide any additional information, but I think it's important just for clarity's sake, when we're chatting about the existing facilities.
Yes.
The location of the CFOC in the plaza, so this is in the Harwood Plaza. Currently there are 17 shelter beds kind of on the main floor, and in the basement is where the hub services are offered. So what this location will do is it will cause a relocation of the hub services from the basement of that site to the new location. So the individuals that are staying in shelter at CFOC would continue to operate and exist, kind of live within that center, with the services happening across the street. And that includes that would include the programming and other wraparound supports that were mentioned. So it would be a gradual shift, but you would still have you would no longer have hub services for the broader population operating out of the CFOC location in the plaza.
So people would not be going there, they would be going to 140 Commercial.
That's correct.
Okay. And what about the Station Street, the other shelter? How is that impacted by this?
So staff, through the chair, so staff's understanding is that the 30 beds that remain at the 27 Station Street location will continue to operate as a shelter. Those individuals, there are no services or hub services in that building. So in that, currently those that are in that facility walk across the plaza to receive the hub services at CFOC. They would now be doing so at 140 Commercial. No? Sorry, I'll let my colleague at the region speak.
Okay.
Sorry, through the chair. So the vision is that those patrons that are staying at Station Street and the Harwood Plaza would continue to receive their supports through CFOC at that location in the Harwood Plaza. The hub across at 130 Commercial would be for the greater community that is now being served in the basement in the Harwood Plaza. So those patrons that are under CFOC's shelter system right now in Station Street and at Harwood Plaza will continue to get their supports where they are located, so that we don't have the back and forth between Harwood Plaza and 130 Commercial. If there's additional needs, they may come over for some programming, but they will receive most of their wraparound supports at CFOC location.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I'll pause for now.
Thank you. Councilor Henry, thank you for your patience.
Thank you. I need to back up what you just said and make sure I understand what you're saying correctly. So the shelter space that we have, the little sales pavilion, how many people are in there currently? How many beds can it have capacity in that space?
Through the chair, I believe it's 30. Yes, 30.
30 beds in the sales pavilion.
Yeah, 17 in the plaza.
CFOC basement, 17 there. New facility, 50 maximum at this time. So we're at 97.
Correct.
97 beds. Plus, we have 20 across the street, roughly-ish, at Achilles. Why is it that instead of having 3 locations now in a triangle, we can't start facilitating and making 2 out of 3? Instead, like, I get that we need more, but are we not going to take 1 away and still have 2 eventually? Is that what you're saying? We are having 2 eventually, or we're not?
So that will be part of the homelessness strategy that comes out in the new year, where we're going to meet with our community partners, not just CFOC, but other agencies within the system to come up with the most effective planning for shelter space. So that is a possibility that it will go down to 2. The Achilles is not a shelter space, it's the encampment.
No, of course
so,
not.
Yeah,
It's an
so
encampment.
that one will be gone.
It's a temporary legal encampment. Okay, so that will be gone no matter what, but I'm talking about 3 building spaces between the sales pavilion, CFOC, and now 142. That's a triangle effect there, and this is what we've clearly heard from the businesses is what's cause for concern. So what I'm saying is, you're talking about in January, you're looking at that. Is that a definite, or you're looking at it?
So we are definitely looking at it. No, we are looking at that. There's possibility of consolidation at that time. Right now, our main concern is getting shelter for those 50 individuals, and then looking in the new year at a better effective way of doing that, which could be a reduction in Station Street or Harwood.
Okay, because I'm clearly hearing from the community that's what they want, right? And I'm also obviously, a legalized encampment in the winter is not going to work. We can't have people dying because there is no indoor shelter. That's just not even on the table as a possibility. So we have to get those people in. My concern is what that looks like for Ajax and what that looks like as far as a bigger capacity of homeless than what we can. We have our fair share. And we get it as the local counselors. These are the local counselors here. We don't sit at the region where the homeless portfolio exists. We don't have a vote on it at the region. We only have our little piece here at the local level with the zoning bylaw. That's what we can do. So we understand that other piece, and we understand when you folks at the region staff say to us, you know, counselor, it's a bigger umbrella. We've all got our piece to do. We all get that. But we also look at other municipalities, and we know that we're number 2 in the region. If we want to be number 2 for something, it's not for homelessness, right? We want to be number 2, or actually we want to be number 1 for a lot of things, but not for that. So we're looking at where are you spreading those services out under that big umbrella, and cautiously hearing from our business community today, we see it's very clearly that there's an effect here. There's a cause and effect, right? And in an ideal world, it would have been nice if the landlord had given you more of the building, and places like Peak Learning, who might want out of their lease, and others that are in that building that are struggling within that existing building from 126 to 142 could have had that opportunity to move on, and you could have encompassed more and have folks move in there and have 2 or even 1 facility instead of 3. So please take these comments for the future. I hope that's an opportunity. I spent a lot of time over the weekend with the Peak Learning facility, with Durham Community Outreach Group, with a lot of folks, hearing their concerns, hearing who would fit best in that space and who doesn't. We're talking about 2 very vulnerable, unique populations that probably will not be able to coexist within the same building because the needs and the services are so varied and so different. And I really hope you folks at the region are, I know you're aware of it, but please hear me when I say, please be very, very aware of the strain that this will put on certain businesses. When we talk about fencing this area in, I understand, you know, when we look at comparison, because I've heard from folks, well, they did it in Whitby. What's that going to look like here in Ajax? And I understand that we're renting this, you're renting, not we. The region is renting this space. And as such, maybe the fencing looks different than it does at 1635. But I'm also hearing a strong push from this community that fencing needs to be adequate in the business world, what that looks like for their struggling businesses now. So we toured this facility last week. I already knew it from previous. And I just want to, put some things on the record. 24-hour security is coming in for this facility, yes?
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Yes. And what does that 24-hour security look like if we start to see pop-up tents, encampments along commercial? How will you folks handle that? On commercial in front of your space, not all of commercial. That's, I'm not talking about town space across the street or whatnot. I'm talking about in front of the building. What does that look like? Will you folks be dealing with that?
So we would be, through the chair, yes, we would be dealing with that. It's not our intention to have additional encampments in front of the building. There is space within the facility to house 50 people, up to 100 during the day. If someone is required, sometimes someone wants to be in a tent because they're not yet able to move into a building. There is space in the parking that potentially we could allow someone to be in a tent, but not to go over and above the number of occupants that we say that we are going to house at 130 commercial. So the intent would to
Not over and
move-
above the 50, you mean?
Correct.
So if you had 30 inside and you had, and please keep in mind, folks, we know this, we know that there is a percentage of folks that are homeless in the autistic community that may not be able to come inside because they may not be able to be in that enclosed, loud shelter space. And what that looks like for them and coaxing them inside might not be an easy task. So when we know this and we recognize this, and if those folks were out in your property, you're saying that if you had a tent there, that would be equal to one space inside. Capacity is capacity regardless of inside or out?
Correct, so that we can maintain the staffing level that we're now at. If there needs to be a growth there, we would have to, advise of that and increase our staffing level. Our intent is not to have tents in our parking area there. There could be the odd situation that someone, we're getting them ready to come indoors, and we definitely will not be supporting tents along Commercial Street.
With that said and understood, but you will also not be supporting tents on Achilles any longer, correct?
That is correct.
Correct, okay. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody here that had asked questions understands that the goal here is to bring all those folks into this new space one way or another and not having it spill out onto commercial or Achilles. That is the goal here, which then condenses what we're seeing into one centralized area where we have all the services and not having folks going through the plaza to necessarily gain services, because eventually you'll have everything in one space for them when the showers get put in and the laundry facilities get in, correct?
That is correct. We until showers are put in the building, would be a leasehold improvement for us. We are looking at portable showers outside in the fenced area so that they are not going across the street to use those facilities.
Excellent. What happens, and I'm going to go worst case scenario here again, hearing from this group of folks that are here today, what happens if you have homeless individuals further down on commercial and there are issues like homeless folks and there are issues with them perhaps loitering outside of businesses existing from 126 to 142 within that block? Will your security be handling that?
Councilor Henry, I believe Ms. Brownridge might have an answer to your question.
Excellent.
Thank you. Through the chair to Councilor Henry. Yes, so right now, we have an encampment management process. We have multiple bylaws related to nuisance, loitering, all of those pieces. So again, we work really closely with the property owners, if they are private property owners or leaseholders, as it would be with the region. However, if it is on the town's boulevards or it is on town-owned property, that's when the town we would enact our process for encampment management, which is a collaborative effort between public and strategic affairs with bylaw services, operations, corporate security, and DRPS. As well as regional outreach.
And that public piece is from the sidewalk on, that's where we trespass folks and we get them removed. But I guess more to point, what happens if they're on the sidewalk closer to the building within 126 to 142 and there is an issue where there's disturbances involving the existing businesses within that building? Will that be the responsibility of the region or the responsibility of the town of Ajax? Who will address that? Because I really want to make sure that the folks that are sitting here in the audience today that have businesses within that building have clear answers to that.
Through the chair, I think, and I can hand it back to my colleagues at the region, but I do think this is a collaborative effort. As soon as folks are made aware, if the region staff with security on site notice something that isn't in line with what the plan of operation is, then I trust that they would address it. However, if it's brought to the town's attention, our first stop would be to check in with the region and their on-site staff to see if anything can be done as quickly as possible.
Excellent, thank you. So I don't know if the owner of the building is here today or if they're even listening, but I would strongly encourage them to work with their existing tenants in the building and to look at what that looks like for having this new place come in. Thank you for your time here today, and thank you to everyone in the audience on both sides of this that came in and expressed their opinion. I know that this is a very difficult topic, and we're in a place where we don't have a lot of solutions. We, as the town of Ajax, do not own a building to put these folks in, or we wouldn't be having this discussion. And we at the town of Ajax do not hold the homelessness portfolio that's dealt with at the region. And these are regional folks that are here today asking for this temporary zoning bylaw permission to go forward. We cannot have people die out on our streets in Ajax for the cold winter. That can't happen. But also, we have to make sure that a lot of thought and protection and effort has gone into protecting existing businesses and what that looks like. So I'm sure this council will be watching close. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Henry. Councillor Crawford for a second and last time. Oh, no, please.
For 50 people staying overnight, what is the staff complement numbers? How does that work? And then for 100 people during the day drop in, what's your staffing complement look like?
So through the chair, I don't have the exact ratio for you. I apologize for that. CFOC is here. I'm not sure if they want to whisper me the number, but we would be following our normal standard and protocol to ensure that the ratio per patron is followed and what works best, right? If we find there's an issue, then we would be increasing staffing, but it would be based on the ratio of people in the building.
Okay, I'd hope we get that done before we have an issue. That's all. And security too. Like, what are we're talking? You're talking 1 guy, 2 guys, 5 guys? What are we talking security?
So from a security perspective, with security reporting directly through the portfolio that reports to myself, we'll be working with the service delivery group. Right now it's 2, but as we evaluate, because it's regionally controlled security, at a moment's notice, we can increase if required. It's obviously going to be involving a number of consultation with the service delivery of it as we go to reflect to figure out, do we need to increase, do we need to stabilize what it is, but we have the mechanisms in place to actually elevate it if required. And I know that we'd be working with the town when it comes to that because they also have security as well. So it'd be a more coordinated approach, but we do have that ability, Councillor.
Okay, so that can react fast.
Yes, we can.
Okay. I know nobody wants to call it what it is. It is a shelter, correct?
Through the chair, yes, you are correct. It is an emergency shelter space.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, and Councillor Henry for a second and last time.
Thank you, Chair. I do have one question when I pull up the satellite overview of this property. When we look at the south side, which the region also occupies, but for a different reason, and we look at the businesses like the Ajax Acrobats and Durham Gymnastic Academy, and we look at the connectivity between the 2 parking lots, we can clearly see that from Mills to Commercial, you could clearly drive through there on the south end. To help contain what has been spoken about here today, and from a business owner's perspective for the existing neighborhood, have we looked at talking with this landowner who is renting out the north end to you folks about fencing in the south end as well so that vehicles and, more importantly, vehicle traffic cannot get through Thus, I understand you couldn't have a fence most likely along the full back because there is docking bays there. And we have to have vehicles coming in, large vehicles, 18-wheelers and whatnot, to be able to dock at that high level. But could we not have some kind of containment fencing on the south end, closer to the building going across, that would help mitigate the concerns of the existing business community? Therefore, we are containing the operations from within the building, because primarily you will be the largest tenant in that building at the north, occupying the north and south end of the building. Have we looked at potential fencing options on the south end?
So to address the north end piece, you'll no longer be able to cut through. I think when we were there on the tour on Wednesday, we saw the cars cutting between commercial over to Mills. That won't happen anymore because of the fencing there. We can take it back to speak to the landlord, to speak to the tenants, and if it requires us to pivot when it comes to the overall strategy of fencing in those appropriate areas, we are more than willing to work with the landlord to provide that appropriate fencing in that area. Hence why it's metal fencing. It gives us the greatest opportunity to adjust rather quickly to do those types of pieces, as opposed to like a permanent wooden fence. So we will take that back if that is an ask.
I am asking. That is an ask, please, because we want to make sure that we're not losing our key businesses in the downtown core, and we've heard very strongly from them today. So if this is a small thing that can be done that helps mitigate that, eventually it would be nice. I mean, since you're going to be the primary renter of this building, for those who want out of their lease within that building, they go out and eventually you folks take that over, or whoever. But I mean, you could eventually, hopefully, consolidate everything in one building down the road within different units. You're going to be the north, you'll be the south. It just makes sense, right? But it helps mitigate what we've heard here today from other businesses. And I think that's a small thing that we could give the business community to help ease their mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Henry. So I was given thank you to Ms. Brownridge. The rest of the questions that were asked by the public that were not addressed yet. So this probably goes to bylaw. Are there any conditions being put on the noise, vandalism, theft, open drug use, garbage, and debris collection of this facility?
Through the chair, or to the chair. Yes, so as I mentioned, town staff and the town has a number of bylaws in place that to help manage nuisance behavior. However, as was discussed at the September meeting of council, there was a presentation provided by myself related to homelessness supports. It is something staff are exploring, of looking at a licensing bylaw or other tools that would assist with defining some of these additional pieces and requiring those for crisis care facilities that are operating in Ajax. So it is something we have existing tools, and we'll be looking to bring forward further discussion about what additional pieces would look like.
Okay, thank you. I believe this goes to Director Romanowski. If we're intensifying like Ajax is with our housing pledge, how do these facilities jive with the future vision of intensification?
Through the chair to the chair, I think what we're hearing today is they're an integral part of all communities. Temporary use bylaw aside, there's a need for them. So it's something that we'll be looking at through our policy reviews, bylaw updates, et cetera. So
thank you. To the region, I believe there's a comment regarding over-concentration of shelters. Currently, there's 2 with no impact analysis completed. What's the golden number here? Is it to be considered over-concentrated with shelters? Is it 3, 4, 6, 8? Is there a number that is like an industry standard? I got you.
I got it. I don't have an exact number, or in terms of like what we would consider to be, oversaturation within a certain area. We are going to have that discussion within the strategy that's coming in the new year, though, and that'll be something that'll come to regional council as well to consider, and will be shared, obviously, across the community.
And at that point, the region will have, in a sense, set benchmarks. Is that?
Of what is actually a best practice for ourselves, for sure, yeah.
Okay. This is to the clerk, I believe. No matter what the decision is, let's say after 4 or 6 months, this council were to change their mind, what would the strategy be in changing the decision, no matter what the decision is?
To you, Mr. Chair. So assuming that today, the bylaw on today's agenda passes, council has the opportunity to pass a new zoning bylaw amendment at a future meeting and repeal this current bylaw. That would be a regular majority vote of council at a future meeting. It would not be considered a reconsideration vote, as it would be a new bylaw that was being addressed by council at that time under a new zoning issue. And it would not be a simple repeal of this bylaw, as we would need to confirm what the approved zoning of the property was moving forward.
Okay, thank you. I believe this goes to the Acting Director of Finance. Do we have a number of how much money is being spent by Ajax Emergency Services on the homelessness population and response? Do we ever take down that number?
Through the chair, to date, since 2023, the town has spent about $1 million overall in not just fire and emergency responses, but across the various divisions. We have recovered some of those costs from the region, but there's still a portion that falls to the taxpayer.
What's the dollar amount we've recovered from the region?
Through the chair, I want to be clear about the $1 million. That's just not fire and emergency services. That's everything from our contracted security bylaw, our cleanups, operations, some of our own staff time. It's an amalgamation of numbers from 2023, and we did not start. We covered a limited amount in 23. And 24, it was 115,000, and in 25 so far today, it's about 75.
Okay, thank you. Finally, there's an insinuation that there was no public notice received by business owners. Can you explain what the communication strategy was to advertise for this meeting and the decisions being made today?
To the chair, thank you so much for the question. I can confirm, and Director Romaneski can speak a little bit more technically about the requirements and the legislative requirements in terms of notification. However, based on the requirement or the required radius, I suppose, around the subject properties. Registered mail was sent to all property owners. Public and Strategic Affairs also printed about 150 flyers and notices and walked them around to businesses to ensure that tenants received them as well as the owners of the buildings who sometimes do not operate locally. We've also had a number of regular social media posts come from the town's corporate accounts. There was an IMO page posted for public consultation, and I do understand that a number of members of council shared the information to their networks as well.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions or comments from the committee, I've brought up bylaw. Just repeat it. Excuse me. Temporary use bylaw, zoning bylaw amendment, application Z5/25 for 126 to 142 Commercial Avenue. We will call the vote now. And that temporary use bylaw passes. So for those of you still in the audience who wish to stick around, we have some presentations from our Accessibility Committee, our Heritage Committee, and Library Services. Otherwise, feel free to exit at this point. Thank you, Council. We're going to move on to the agenda. We're on item 5.2. We have the Accessibility Advisory Committee Annual Update. We have Jim Lawrence, Accessibility Advisory Committee Member, and Manis Khanna, I hope I pronounced that right, Accessibility Advisory Committee Member, and I'm getting a shake of the head there.
Good afternoon, members of council, staff, and community. I am not, unfortunately, Manas Khanna. He sends regrets as he unfortunately wasn't able to stay for this afternoon's presentation, so I trust I will do him justice filling in. I am Sarah Moore, and I'm here in capacity as the staff liaison to the town's Accessibility Advisory Committee this afternoon. I'm also joined by our esteemed co-chair, Jim Lawrence, and we're here today to share the 2025 update on behalf of the town's Accessibility Advisory Committee relative to 4 main main committee pillars: consultation, community engagement and awareness, collaboration, and celebration.
Yes, and the strength of our committee is in our members' diverse perspectives, their abilities, and their lived experiences. And we provided input on various transportation, digital accessibility, and community programs, and we've advocated for improved availability of accessible taxis.
Our committee's passion is seen firsthand by myself in the staff liaison role and shines through the engagement that the town events and annual National Accessibility Week activities facilitated by and participated in by our community members. This year, the committee proudly brought back the Accessibility Fair, connecting over 16 disability-serving organizations within the Ajax community. Please stay tuned for details of upcoming community events in recognition of the forthcoming International Day of Persons with Disabilities to be celebrated on December 3rd this year.
Exciting. The work of accessibility and inclusion cannot be impactful in isolation. A summary of the 2025 collaborative projects and initiatives is listed in detail on this slide. Now, the committee is grateful for many collaboration opportunities these past year, including with the staff from the Ajax Public Library, DEI, and Age-Friendly Portfolios, the Clarington Accessibility Advisory Committee, the community organizations, including TRCA, CNIB, and the Alzheimer's Society of Durham Region, as well as the town's Youth Engagement Advisory Committee. And these partnerships really amplify our impact as well as foster the innovation.
With a mandate that strives to prevent and remove barriers that sometimes seems impossible, it's important to celebrate the accessibility wins. And this year, there is much to be celebrated. The town received grant funding to purchase accessible aquatics equipment, seen in the photo here on the screen at the ribbon cutting ceremony at Audley Recreation Center. The town was also awarded Ability Center's Accessible Employer Award for 2025. And we continue to support the region's annual Accessibility Awards, as well as the Town of Ajax Community Awards, through nominations to elevate the recognition of exceptional accessibility achievements within our community.
And the work of the committee is not just a single destination, but it's an ongoing journey. And we look forward to providing feedback on a variety of discussion items and initiatives before the end of our term. These include consultation on the upcoming municipal election and corporate projects like the town's website redesign, customer relationship management portal, as well as the Ajax Community Center renovation project.
But there's much more to come, and these highlights only scratch the surface. On behalf of the Accessibility Advisory Committee, we want to thank Mayor and Council, members of staff, the senior management team, and our community for the continued support of the efforts of the committee to make our town inclusive and accessible for all. Thank you.
Thank you for that presentation. Councillor Henry, questions, comments?
Thank you. I just wanted to thank you for being here today and say how proud I am of this committee and the work that's been done. It's a small but very dedicated committee that always shows up, always gives input, and looks to the betterment of Ajax. And I truly thank you for all the work you've done. Thank you.
Through the chair, we appreciate your support as our council liaison as well. Councillor Henry, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments, concerns? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now we're on to item 5.3, the Heritage Advisory Committee Annual Update. We have Stephen White, Heritage Advisory Committee member.
Good afternoon, councillors and senior staff. My name's Stephen White, as he said. I'm here on behalf of the Ajax Heritage Advisory Committee. The Town Heritage Advisory Committee is responsible for the conservation, promotion, and celebration of the town of Ajax unique and local history, including natural, cultural, and architectural heritage. We serve in this capacity by making recommendations to staff and council on issues relating to heritage properties. Oh boy, we're going way past all our screens here. 1 second. Get me back to the beginning. I'm historical, I'm not computer wise. Okay, and here's a picture. It's members of our committee, but not all of them. Okay, and 2025 was a banner year for the committee. In addition to the initiative's many new projects, we also saw the conclusion of some long-term initiatives. On December 5th, 2024, the federal government announced that munitions production at Defense Industries Limited had been recognized as an event of national historic significance. This announcement was also the result of an application made by the Heritage Advisory Committee 9 years ago in the fall of 2016. Prior to this announcement, the town of Ajax was the only local municipality in Durham region that did not have a site, person, or event recognized by the Historic Sites and Monuments Board of Canada. We are proud that this is finally part of our history now, being recognized on the national stage. Each year, the committee aims to unveil new historical plaques. This year's plaque, which was unveiled in May by regional councillors Dyes and Crawford, commemorate the 3 apartments blocks on Roosevelt Avenue that were built in 1941 for the supervisors and superintendents at Defense Industries Limited. This plaque will help ensure that future generations know the story of these important buildings. Thank you. We were also successful this year having markers installed at the grave sites of 2 War of 1812 veterans. These markers, the marker on the left was installed at the Hicksite Brown Cemetery and marks the burial of Jabez Lind. And the one on the right is installed on Potter's Field Cemetery to mark the burial of George Washington Post. Some of the most rewarding work we did this year relates to historical walking tours. Doing this work allows us to connect directly with the residents of Ajax and tell the stories of those who came before us. In May, we hosted a walking tour of the Friends Cemetery in Pickering Village, where many of the area's first European inhabitants are buried. We shared information on the contribution to the area, their struggles, and how the Quaker faith influenced their traditions and worship, burial, and conflict. We also compiled a script for the new Audley Spirit Walk, choosing several characters from the past for local actors to bring to life, including the proprietor of the town tavern of Audley Village, the first Canadian-born Archbishop of Toronto, the internationally recognized female painter, and the founder of chiropractic medicine. But most transformative project over this past year have been with our work with coordinating the restoration of the Brown Hicksite Cemetery, just east of the Walmart Plaza on the north side of Kingston Road. This cemetery dates back to 1820 and now is owned by the towns after it was abandoned in 2010. Many of the monuments in the cemetery were in poor state of repair. So in September 2023, the committee launched an effort to have these cemetery monuments restored.
Mr. White, you're a bit over your time. Do you have much more?
A couple more.
Okay.
Maybe 2 or 3 minutes, if that's too much.
How about 2 minutes?
Okay, I'll go fast. I won't even show you this now. Okay. Funds dedicated to Heritage Initiative from Planning Approvals Operation Budget were used to hire a small crew for 2 days in October 2025. Over those 2 days, the crews were able to reset dozens of Holland and damaged headstones, making significant difference to the overall state of the cemetery. It is said that in the past, if you want to measure the community's pride, look at the old cemeteries. Through this lens, the committee actions have been helped to showcase our community pride. We aspire to engage in other meaningful projects like this in the future and hope that the committee will help support. I'll leave it at that. How's that? If you have any questions, I'm sure I can.
We do have a few. First, we have Councillor Tyler Moore.
Thank you, Chair, and to you, Mr. White. Thank you for your presentation. And I just want to say thanks to all the members of the committee. Some of my colleagues are here. It's always a learning experience. If you're out there listening and you're wondering what the Heritage Committee is, it really does encompass the most prestigious and the most precious, I meant to say, buildings in our neighborhoods and in our town. And I think it's highly, highly relevant. Every single meeting I learn something. And the dedication of Mr. Sawchuk, who's on our planning staff, he's a whiz on all things heritage in our town, and it's very, very good to see. And it also falls to my friends at the library for our archives. It all kind of ties in. I think it's very important to maintain the history. So just want to say a shout out to my council colleagues, and I should have worn my T-shirt with my suit, as I was reminded by Councillor Crawford. But you did break my heart because I never made it into the presentation. There's a nice picture of Joanne and Marilyn, but that's not relevant. But it did break my heart. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. White, would you like to tell us about your council representative on this committee?
This guy over here?
Good guy, right?
Is that who he is? He's our representative? Yeah, he's a good guy.
Thank you. Next, we have Regional Councillor Crawford.
Poor Rob. I want to say how much I enjoy the walks. They are so fun to go on the walks. I've taken my granddaughter, and I'm always so impressed at the amount of residents that come out, and we all learn something new. I'm really sad I missed the cemetery in the village because I've always been intrigued by that. And is that the cemetery that you took over because it was abandoned? Because I know they had a number of tombstones that were like tipping close to the water, and I just wondered, did you guys take that over?
Is that the one down by the lake, or that?
Yeah, off of Elizabeth.
Oh no, that's the cemetery where we did the walking tour this year.
Yeah,
and
I missed it.
We had the people come in for 2 days, and they set a bunch of stones and repaired a few broken ones for us and made it look a lot better. Yes.
Oh, good.
No.
Yeah, because I had a few residents from the area concerned about the fact that the stones had tipped over and whatever. But thank you for all the work that you do to keep our history alive.
Thank you.
Councillor Henry.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your presentation. I find your committee fascinating. I often wish I could sit on 2 committees, but hopefully next term we could all be together. I wanted to ask you about the chiropractic comment you made. You said something about the founder of chiropractic in your presentation. Did I hear that right?
I'm not sure. My hearing aids don't seem to be working quite right in the here.
That's okay then. That's okay. What I'll do is I'll just say thank you for your presentation. It was very well done. Love all the pictures. And next year, hoping to join you at the Oddly Spirit Walk. I did miss that one this year, and I was really looking forward to it. So I'll see you next year on that walk. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Bauer.
Thank you, Chair Lee. Good afternoon. Thank you for the presentation. Love the presentation, and as well as the Accessibility Advisory Committee. The other night, I think Heritage Advisory Committee hosted a speaker series presentation. It's not in this update, but it was fantastic. And maybe, can you talk to us a little bit about it?
No, yes, it was our committee. We've talked about getting speakers to come in and talk about history, and that was one that actually Mr. Sawchuk had heard about and knew, and we were able to get him to come. And we were very pleased that we had, it was 48 people showed up, so it was a good evening, yes.
Yeah. Good. Thank you very much for that. Keep that up. I think it's a great way to share the heritage of our town. That was my only question.
Thank you, Mr. White.
Thank you.
Now we have item 5.4, Delegation, Library Services 2025 Fall Update. We have Piali Correa, Library Board Chair, Ajax Public Library Board, and Sarah Vaisler, Chief Executive Officer for the Ajax Library. Because she does not like the term Clio.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Piali Correa, and I'm the chair of the Ajax Public Library Board of Trustees, and I'm pleased to be here today to share an update on the library's initiatives and activities. First, I want to extend our sincere thanks to the town's council and the mayor for your continued support of the library. Your investment in the library delivers strong and measurable returns. It's indeed a very solid investment. And how do we measure it? Well, we look at something called the social return on investment, or SROI, something that I reported on last November when I first talked about how we were being able to demonstrate $9.72 of return on each dollar of investment. That number has now climbed to $10.90. So what's driving this increasing value for our community? Across Ontario, among public libraries serving similar population sizes, Ajax had the highest in-person visits in 2024. This shows that people are seeking out welcoming, accessible community spaces like our libraries now more than ever. This year alone, we welcomed over 650,000 visitors to our branches. With this growth in foot traffic, we are seeing increases in many areas, some positive, such as higher Wi-Fi usage, strong program attendance, and higher circulation, and others more challenging, like competing space needs and a rise in incidents. Overall, these trends clearly show a sustained and growing need for library spaces and services in Ajax. But the value of a library goes beyond numbers. Libraries strengthen community identity. We celebrate creativity, culture, and innovation, and provide programming that connects people to one another. For example, our Métis Storytellers event for National Indigenous History Month helped families learn, build empathy, and celebrate the diversity that enriches our town. Some of our most impactful programs support children and families. The TD Summer Reading Club continues to be a cherished annual tradition. It helps children maintain literacy skills over the summer, fosters a lifelong love of reading, and sets them up for success when they return to school. And as we celebrate these early learning experiences, we're also thinking ahead to the futures these children will build and to the legacies we help preserve. The library plays a role in helping families preserve their history. We recently began lending digitization equipment for VHS and 8mm film, giving residents the opportunity to convert treasured memories into modern formats. One of our own staff members used the equipment to digitize family videos and surprised his parents with them at Christmas, creating special moments of revisiting memories of decades past. We also support legacy building on a community scale. Through the Ajax Archives, we honor and preserve our town's history. Recently, we welcomed Louise Ashton, granddaughter of the captain of 7th HMS Ajax, to view archival objects that are both a part of her family's story and an important part of our community's identity. The library's work preserving our past and supporting our future continues every day. We deeply appreciate the support of the mayor and council, and we value the times when you're able to join our library events. Thank you for your time this afternoon, and we'd be happy to answer any questions you have for us.
Any questions from committee? Seeing none, and I guess you're not going to add anything about your council rep, so we'll move on. We're going to move up item 7.3.2, 7.3.1, APL-2025-03, Library Services 2025 Fall Update. Can I get a mover and receiver, please? Or mover and seconder? We have Councillor Tyler Moore and Councillor Henry. Any questions, comments, concerns on the report? Seeing none, call the vote. And that passes, but wait, there's more. I believe we have the 2025 Library Bookmark Contest winners.
Thank you, Chair and Council. Every year, in recognition of Ontario Public Library Week, the library invites children from Ajax, from junior kindergarten to grade 8, to design an original bookmark. After 15 years, participation continues to grow with over 230 entries this year. 12 winning designs, one for each month of 2026, were selected by library staff and will be available at all Ajax Public Library branches starting in January. Each artist was celebrated at a special reception on November 6th, where they received copies of their bookmark, a custom metal version crafted by our Makerspace team, and a certificate honoring their achievement. I'm pleased to share the 12 winning artists. Congratulations to these talented young artists and creators who will be recognized in the following video.
Hi, my name is Kiana, and my bookmark was for January. My inspiration for my bookmark were cats. I saw this cat napping on a couch, and it just made me think about what my bookmark was.
My name is Akshayan. I created this bookmark because I usually go to this library because we go take books. One day I was going and there was this bookmark contest. I was curious and I also like to draw. So I was thinking, and I know that curiosity comes from reading, and that's why I draw this. Also, I like drawing and coloring because that's my favorite subject.
My name is Meralini, and I did this at March. I did an ocean-themed bookmark. I drew the seahorse and octopus, and I drew the background blue.
My name is Amanda, and my month that I designed it is for June. And I created this because when I read, I feel like I'm in the world of the book.
Hello, my name is Akshaj. I'm in grade 5, and this bookmark is for the month August. So the reason why I chose to make it like this is because I like sunsets, and I chose to add like mountains, forests, and waterfalls into it. And there's a dragon right here. So then I really liked how it looked. So that's why I chose this bookmark. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Shambhavi, and my bookmark was chosen in September. I created this because I wanted to show my love for reading, and I like it because I get fully absorbed and I feel like I'm in a different land. So that's why I love reading.
My name is Alea. My bookmark is for October. My book
I created my bookmark because I thought of when I was doing my project when I have to draw sunflowers.
Hello, my name is Dakya. My bookmark is for the month of November. I created this bookmark because my brother and I love reading books. When I saw the bookmark contest, we joined in, and I thought when I read books, my brain grows. This means books are like food for my brain. This way, a library is a buffet of books for our brain. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Keanu Cameron. I am in grade 5, and I am very excited that you have chosen me as the 2026 December Bookmark Contest winner. I thank you for this very enjoyable and memorable contest, and I am looking forward to joining contests like this in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We are now on to correspondence. City of Pickering support Frenchman's Bay public stewardship. This was pulled by Councillor Bauer. Councillor Bauer, did you want to endorse or receive for information?
Thank you, Chair. I think I would like to have it endorsed by this council. Pickering wants what Ajax has, and I think we know what a jewel we have, and I think we should support them in their quest.
Great. Can I get a seconder for that? See Councillor Henry. Any questions, comments, concerns? Seeing none, we will start the vote to endorse. Thank you. That passes. Looking forward to Pickering endorsing our next thing. Next, we have reports. I'm going to lump them together. Community Affairs and Planning, November 3rd, 2025. GGC, November 10th, 2025. Can I get a mover and seconder? See Councillor Henry and Councillor Bauer. Any questions, comments, or any polls? Perfect. Seeing none, we'll just call the vote. That passes. Thank you. We finished both departmental reports. We're on regional council reports. Anything on your side? Yes. Sorry, yes, you literally hit the button. Regional Councilor Crawford.
Yeah, I just wanted to report from Transit that the year-to-date rate is 11% lower last year of preventable collisions, thank goodness. Our ridership, unfortunately, is 7% less than last year. And on-demand boardings, we had over 30,000. So that is still moving rather well. The Metrolinx One Fare actually expires in next year, the agreement that they had. So we're hoping that the government will continue to fund that. This saves to have, if you don't understand the One Fare, it's they actually, you only have to pay one fare when you're transferring into like Toronto or York or Peel. And so it does save customers a lot of money, and then we get reimbursed back through through the government, through DRT, our portion of it. We have last year we had one school with high school ambassador programs, which was Ajax High School, and this year we've added Uxbridge, so a student will volunteer to be an ambassador for DRT to encourage other students to use DRT in high school. I think that's it.
Great. Can I get someone to move and second the regional council reports? See Councilor Tyler Morin. Any seconder? It's going to fail. Councillor Henry, and we'll start the vote. We are on to, that passes. We're on to item 9, businesses arise from notice of motion. We have 9.1, exploring commemorative naming of an impactful space, park, or landmark that honors Indigenous history, moved by Councillor Bauer, seconded by myself. Councillor Bauer?
Thank you, Chair. I'll keep this short. This was something I thought about this year. I'd like to shout out to the organizers. I think it was Yasmin and Mary Carmen, and of course other staff, who organized the beautiful event on the National Day of Truth and Reconciliation, where we had, well, first prior to that, we had some sunrise ceremony at Paradise Beach. Then we had a really great, we were able to participate in the school board's presentations at the soccer field at ACC. And then we had that lovely session at Pat Bailey Square, very meaningful. And I think it was fantastic. So I was thinking, we have this wholly brand new naming policy, which we all know the honor of naming. And I thought, what a wonderful way we could put our money where our mouth is if we consulted with our Indigenous community partners, and if there was a place, a relevant and meaningful place in Ajax, that we could get some guidance on a name from the Indigenous community. So that's what this motion is for. I'll just read the therefores. That equity, diversity, and inclusion staff collaborate with Indigenous community partners to identify a suitable name and location for a commemorative naming that acknowledges the historical significance of the First Nations, Inuit, and Métis to be presented to the commemorative naming committee. That an educational component be included at the selected locations, such as interpretive signage or programming, that explains the significance of the name, location, and its connection to the Indigenous history and culture, and that the commemorative renaming be completed for ceremonial unveiling by June of 2026, which is Indigenous History Month, including any related educational signage. So I ask for your support.
Thank you, Councilor Bauer. As the seconder, I will just add on, thank you for allowing me to second this. In a time where there are forces trying to dismantle EDI, it is always great to see the town lean into it, and this is a great opportunity to use that new naming policy we have. So thank you, Councilor Bauer. Councilor Henry.
Thank you. Of course, I will support this, but I just have a question to staff. When we went through our naming policy, I remember advocating for that piece where we looked to our Indigenous community to have their input. And I'm wondering how that differs from this motion if it was captured. Could you just speak to that?
Through the chair, it still exists within the policy itself. And so what we're going to do, though, is we're just going to reach out to the Indigenous communities first to see if they have a potential space or asset that they would like for us to name, and then think about the history, and then go from there. So if there's a name, like, we'll bring it to the committee, and then through the committee portion, there might still be a requirement for further consultation with some other Indigenous groups.
So was the beef of this motion captured within that policy review?
Yes, it was. Yes.
So we've already done the work for it then. The in-house. Never mind. I'm fine with. I just wanted to ask that, like, try to understand how it relates to the work we've already done for the policy naming review.
So through the chair, this is just additional consultation that we're doing before going and presenting a name to the committee. So it's basically, it's packaged with an appropriate name and space and educational component behind it, and then we're presenting it to the committee itself.
So it's kind of like not waiting for the community to come to us with a request. We're going to the community and asking, how do you feel, like, what would you feel if we kind of gave you a space to name what would be the, the area that you would identify with significance? We're kind of going to them. Is that the difference?
Before I chime in, I'll let Councillor Bauer speak.
Thank you for your question, Councillor Henry. And actually, I'd like to refer to Ms. Bell, if you would like to maybe overview the work that you've already done prior to this motion.
Thank you. Through the chair. Yes. So our Ajax Indigenous Advisory Committee, made up of community members who live here, post our Truth and Reconciliation Day event. I spoke to them about Councillor Bauer's motion proposal to have a commemorative naming piece, and they really enjoyed the idea and have already actually identified some spaces as well. So we told them about our naming policy and how that might work. So it's already known to a lot of our community partners that we are going to be working on this. So now we're just solidifying it through a motion.
Oh, that's nice. It's sometimes nice to have that background information. Thank you for that.
No
Thank
problem.
you.
Seeing no other Questions, comments? I'm going to start the vote. And that passes. We're on to item 9.2, ensuring fair funding for automated speed enforcement alternatives across all municipal tiers. We have Councillor Henry.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm going to pull this motion. It is no longer needed because the province has informed us that we will receive $370,000 with regards to the funding that's available with the replacement program for our ASE machines, the RSIF program that's now coming to fruition through the government, through the provincial government. So even though I'm pulling it, I would like to say, our Road Watch Committee was very helpful in behind the scenes prior to this motion coming here with feedback and consultation through the Ministry of Transportation. And I wanted to give a shout out to Road Watch for helping us with that, right? Our Road Watch colleagues did a great job because we do have a member of the Ministry of Transportation on that committee. And while we were going through the consultation process and staff are aware, there was some emails back and forth. And then all of a sudden, we've been informed we've got money. So that's wonderful. Motion's no longer needed. Thank you, Road Watch, again, for all the work you do.
You should have moved it, then pulled it. Then you could have spoken on it. I'm teasing, by the way. Who cares? We have now item 9.3, Solve the Crisis and Winter Homelessness Program Support. I do believe there's a change. I believe Councillor Bauer is now the mover and Councillor Tyler Morin is the seconder. All right, Councillor Bauer, did you want to speak on this?
Thank you, Chair Lee. Yes, and Regional Councillor Dyes, obviously sends her regrets for missing today. This was a very important motion for her, and I'm happy to move it on her behalf. And it's ironic that today was a day where we spent a few hours talking about the unhoused population and what we are able to do to help them and our responsibilities. So this is something Ajax Council already passed a motion to support Solve the Crisis in September of 2024. And this motion is just to reconfirm our support for that campaign and then speak specifically to the items that we are requesting be implemented. So I ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tyler Morin is the seconder.
Yes, just quickly, thank you, Councillor Bauer, for including me. Just doing a bit of homework. And I can say the solvethecrisis.ca website is very enlightening. There's a lot great asks and questions and solutions here. One being appointment of responsibility minister, appointment a responsible ministry and minister with the appropriate funding and powers as a single point of contact. I've been asking, just talking about it with Marilyn and my Regional Councillor Crawford at various forums, and it's amazing that they're asking for that. The big city mayors, it speaks to it here, which we're part of, our mayor and this municipality, to have a single minister at the province. Obviously, wouldn't want to call it Minister of Homeless, but something that just umbrellas that very, very important issue. Again, as you said, today we were discussing that. So that's just my little part of my homework, and I was very glad to see that and happy to support this. Thanks for including me.
Thank you. Regional Councillor Crawford.
Yes, AMO did a paper on homelessness. It was January 2025 that it was released, and they estimate across Ontario that there's over 80,000 people, which is an increase of 25% since 2022, that have experienced homelessness. It is unacceptable. And then on top of that, there are over 40,000 people that experience chronic homelessness. So even within the category, it gets worse. Chronic homelessness, or people that have experienced homelessness over and over and over and over again. So, it's such a complex issue. And the fact that we don't have a ministry that focuses completely on this issue, it's split between municipal housing and affairs and health. And we know that we get money for it. We know that the region gets money for it because when we delegated AMO, Minister Bethlenfalvy tells us all the money that he has put into homelessness for Durham Region. And yet we still are coming up very, very short, and the solutions just become Band-Aid solutions that just keep popping off every day. So, there are 65 of the chronic homeless, according to the AMO paper, 65% of them are in emergency shelters, 13% are in transitional housing, and 21% are in supportive housing. That's just because there's not enough. If we had more, if we were able to do more, I mean, today's example is literally an example of we're in an emergency situation. No, we don't want 3 shelters, but we also don't want people freezing on the street. So we absolutely have to do something to help the people that are not in housing. And so I feel like it really is all levels of government. We keep talking about it, but it really is all levels of government that have to come to the table. And I love in the description of your motion around like suggesting situational tables, like get to the table, talk to people dealing with it. Let's really understand this, because the sad thing about this paper is it is an amazing paper, and the province refuses to admit that these numbers are accurate. And so that is wrong. That is wrong. They've done the research. They're right. We can't keep changing our focus. We have to just deal with it. Because before I get off my soapbox, I'm going to hurt myself.
I have a question for you, Councillor Crawford. Could you stand up? Show your shirt.
Oh, yes. I was at Big City Mayor's. I got my shirt. I wore it. I dug it out of my closet thinking, when will I ever wear this?
Today's the day.
So today is the day. And if you feel that strongly and as passionate as I particularly do, there is I think there's a page where you can go and sign the petition. And I did, and Lauren Coe said that he got my message. Well, he's not so happy about it, but he did get my message. Thank you. I apologize for ranting.
No apologies necessary. Seeing no other questions, comments, we will call the vote. That obviously passes. We're on to item 10, bylaws. We're going to move them all together. Can I get a mover and seconder for 83-2025 all the way to 88-2025? Yeah, 83 to 88-2025, obviously precluding 87, which we voted on already. I see Councillor Henry followed by Councillor Bauer, and we'll start the vote. Thank you. On to item 11, notice motion. Any notice of motions? Any previews? Seeing none. New business and announcements. Councillor Tyler Morin.
Thank you, Chair. Hi, Ward 1. You can meet Regional Councillor Marilyn Crawford and myself, Councillor Rob Tyler Morin, and discuss Ward 1 community issues at our upcoming ward meeting. We have many, but this is a fresh new one happening this Thursday on November 20th at 7 p.m., 8 p.m. supposed to end, but everybody knows those are ish times. And it's at Community Hall, McLean Community Center. But here's the angle for this one. We have featuring discussions with planning and development staff. So they're going to be there. We can discuss different things. You can ask directly when we say we'll consult with staff. Staff is going to be there from planning. Hope to see everyone there. Once again, it's this Thursday, November 20th, 2025, 7 p.m., McLean Community Center. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We have Councillor Henry next.
Thank you, Chair. Just want to give a shout out and remind folks as we go into this holiday season, there are many out there that are struggling. And we do a mayor and council food drive, and I believe we are collecting food right now. Could a staff member tell me the dates for that, please? Could we have that? Is there someone?
You can find the information on the website.
Well, yes, we could find it online. I'm looking for someone to give me the dates. But in the meantime, while we're looking for that, I did want to say that we did our promo videos this morning to put that out, and you can look forward to seeing me in a snowman costume. Yes, that's right, Ajax, a snowman costume.
With your sign.
With my sign, yes, the famous sign. So please, if you can donate, we would appreciate it. I see someone coming to the podium with dates of information here.
We assume.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
They are, yes.
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Henry. The Mayor and Council's holiday food and toy drive runs from November 12th to December 10th. And residents that are looking for drop-off locations outside of Town Hall or fire halls, rec centers, can be found at ajax.ca/drive.
And just to confirm, when you give an Ajax, it's staying in Ajax. You are helping Ajax families.
That is correct.
Very important, Ajax. Please dig deep. Thank you.
Regional Councillor Crawford.
Santa Claus is coming to town on November the 22nd is our Santa Claus parade. I think it starts at 5-ish. 6 starts at 6.
Move it back.
6. And then he's hopping over to the village for village Christmas in the village on the 29th from 2 to 6. So Santa's going to be very busy over the next couple of weeks, and we hope we'll all see you out there.
Thank you. Councillor Bauer.
Thank you very much, Chair Lee. So a couple of things. So on Monday, November 24th, starting at 6 o'clock, I will be hosting virtual Ward 3 resident meetings. So there is a calendar that you can pick your time. I believe we're going from 6 p.m. to 9:30, 15-minute intervals. So please send me an email at lisa.bauer@ajax.ca. and I will send you the calendar and you can pick your time. I've tried that once before and it was successful, so we're doing it again for the people who either don't want to or can't come in person to attend a meeting. And the other announcement I had was on Wednesday, November 26th, here in Council Chambers, beginning at 6:30. I think a couple weeks ago there was a session, a workshop for the Ajax Go Station Secondary Plan, and there is another one coming up on November 26th, 6:30 to 8:30 here at Council Chambers. Please come out if you're available. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bauer. I will just quickly, on behalf of the mayor, say that December 15th is the Ajax capital and operating budget. We're looking forward for feedback from all constituents. And if you are a parent with a kid in rec programming, specifically swimming, tomorrow is the Hunger Games. So at 7 a.m., you can log on to get your kids into swimming programs, if possible. Open to Ajax residents first, and then I believe a week later, all other residents. Okay, thank you very much. We're confirming bylaw 89-2025. Can I get a mover and seconder? I see Councillor Henry, Councillor Bauer. We'll start the vote. And adjournment. Can I get a move and seconder for adjournment? I see Councillor Henry and Councillor Tyler Morin. Start the vote. This meeting's adjourned. Thanks, everyone.